Chapter 564. In the scorching summer, the sun shone brightly. Macmao, the more talented you are, the harder you work. In the energy room, Song Ingji sighed. Fong Ping went into closed-door cultivation again. This time, he did not come out for 20 days. That kid had only broken through a few days ago. He was a genius and hardworking. How could anyone catch up to him? Of course, Song Ingji had no intention of catching up. The current Song Ingji was at ease, and he no longer felt any pressure. I give up. My talent isn't as good as yours. There's nothing I can do about it. Even if I fight to the death, I won't be able to catch up. I might as well take a breather. In these 2 years, from peak rank 5 to middle stage rank 6, Song Ingji felt that this was the peak of his life. Breaking through 1 rank in a year, his speed was extremely fast. But compared to that lunatic, there was no way he could compare. The other party's breakthrough speed was so fast that you would collapse. Now he had even reached the top of rank 6. How could you compete with him? With a sigh, Song Ingji suddenly said with a smile, "Little Zhang, make some arrangements this year. I want to take in a new student." Beside him, Zhang Yu asked curiously, "Teacher Song, you're taking in new students this year. Can I?" Song Ingji glanced at him and said unhappily, "Or are you looking down on me now? Kid, you're only in early stage rank 5. Middle stage is still a while away. If you talk nonsense again, I'll beat you up. Do you believe me?" Zhang Yu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He immediately said, "Teacher Song, what are you saying? It would be best if you were willing to teach freshmen. I've asked around before. There aren't many rank 6 instructors who are willing to take on new students this year. Everyone is going into closed-door cultivation. It's great that you're willing to take on new students. I'll register you right away." "Yes." Song Ingji nodded and said, "Other than me, which other rank SXS are leading the new students?" "There aren't many left. Mentor by Ruashi, Mentor Zhang Longjiang. Oh, all of them have just entered rank 6. A smile appeared on Song Ingji's face. "So, I'm the only middle stage rank 6 this year?" "That's not it. Li Han Song will also take in new students." The corner of Song Ingji's mouth twitched. He coughed lightly and said, "He's just a graduate. Does he know how to lead a freshman? It's fine. If that's the case, then I'm the strongest mentor this year, right?" "Yes." Zhang Yu didn't deny it. Although old Song couldn't beat Li Han Song, he was experienced and had much more experience in teaching students than Li Han Song. As for the upper stage and peak rank 6 martial artists, they were all thinking about breaking through now. How would they have the time to guide others? Previously, MCMAU had 3 peak martial artists, one of whom was at Mentality Vitality Fusion. Now, there was 1 at Mentality Vitality Fusion and 5 peak instructors. Senior of them. Rank 6, however, all of these people, without exception, chose to go to the catacombs or go into closed-door training. Even the other middle-stage instructors were unwilling to continue guiding people. Song Ingji was very satisfied. "I'm the strongest, so I can pick whichever student I want." Zhang Yu shook his head and said helplessly, "I really don't know about that. Recently, he has been spending more and more time in isolation, and a lot of things have accumulated in the martial arts society. I have a headache now. Everyone is going to the catacombs to cultivate. Nobody is in charge of middle-rank students. I think it's best to choose another vice president to manage daily affairs." He had graduated. He was an instructor now. He could no longer be the vice president. Liang Fenghua, Qin Fengqing, and Chen Wenlong had all left the Martial Arts Society. Currently, the president of the Martial Arts Society was Fong Ping, and the vice president was CLA. CLA. Zhang Yu counted with his fingers. How many days had he been away from school? "The Martial Arts Society is dying." When Zhang Yu said this, Song Ingji muttered, "Fong Ping, have you considered stepping down as the president of the Martial Arts Society?" "Huh. This kid is strong now. His mind is no longer on this. It's useless for him to be the president. If he becomes a grandmaster, he won't be differentiated by year. He can be the dean of a college. I think it's better to find a student who isn't too busy to be the president. Not too busy, we're all busy. Zhang Yu was helpless. Everyone had fought for the president's position in the past. Now, there might not be anyone willing to be the president. Fang Ping had pushed his position as the president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society to the extreme. No student would be able to surpass him. On the other hand, if the new president was not up to standard, he would be scolded to death by the students. Under these circumstances, there were not many who were willing to take over. As they were chatting, Fang Ping said with a smile, "Instructor Song, are you trying to take away my power?" Song Yingji sneered. "Do you think I dare? If I take away your power, you'll find a chance to beat me up. Who am I supposed to reason with?" Fang Ping laughed dryly. He quickly denied, "Instructor, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I'm a man who respects his teachers. I have a lot of respect for them." Song Yingji ignored him. He said in shock, You broke through?" "Yes. How is that possible?" Song Yingji was shocked. He could not help but ask, "Why didn't you break through at the rooftop of the school archives?" The reason why he was shocked was not because Fang Ping had broken through so quickly. He was too lazy to calculate the time. He was shocked that Fang Ping had been so low-key during his breakthrough. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Could it be that he did not control himself and sealed the door too quickly? He could not get to the rooftop of the school archives in time? Fang Ping was speechless. Then he said with a smile, "I made a big fuss last time. Everyone thought I was a grandmaster. Now, I'm not a grandmaster yet. If I break through to upper stage, wouldn't that be embarrassing? I won't do this again until I'm a grandmaster." The so-called shock was getting more and more powerful each time. He was just an upper stage rank 6. What was that to him? The last time his mentality materialized, it was a big deal. Now that he had broken through to upper stage, it was known to the public. In Fang Ping's opinion, he did not surprise everyone enough. Maybe they would look down on him. Fang Ping would not move. If he wanted to move, he would have to wait until he was a rank 7. What a disgrace! Song Yingji did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was upper stage rank 6 embarrassing? Did a middle stage rank 6 like him become trash in your eyes? Good Lord, his tone was heart-wrenching. Youngsters nowadays don't have the slightest bit of respect for the elderly. After working hard for decades, they thought that rank 6 was enough for them to hold their heads high. Why is it that after I broke through to rank 6, I don't feel that life is better? Song Yingji did not want to talk anymore. However, when he remembered that he came to the energy room to wait for Fang Ping, he suppressed the pain in his heart and said even more bitterly that this year's new student recruitment, give me a place, Songya? Cough, cough, cough. It's her. Song Yingji was helpless. How embarrassing. He had never thought of opening the back door. There was no other way. Song Yu was only a freshman in high school. Her vitality was not weak. After all, she had a rank 6 father. However, she was not a martial artist. Song Yingji did not have life essence. He dared not let his daughter break through now. His daughter was not grown yet. Did he have to wait for a rank 8 to rebuild his golden body? The current Song Ye's vitality was also more than 140 hertz. However, who would have known that Fang Ping would be recruiting 5,000 people this year? About 4,500 of them were martial artists, and the rest were twice honed. Song Yingji had no doubt that MCMAU could not recruit that many people. Even if Fang Ping wanted to recruit 5,000 martial artists, it would not be a problem. MCMAU was the #1 elite school, and it was the strongest in history. Who among the examinees this year did not want to come to MCMAU? As for the remaining martial artists, they would probably be divided among the other elite universities, but they would still be able to pick up the ones that MCMAU did not want. All right. Fang Ping nodded. He looked at Zhang Yu and said, Give some places to the MCMAU instructors too. We should take care of our own family too. Zhang Yu nodded. Song Yingji heaved a sigh of relief. Li Hansong and Yao Qingjun, who followed Fang Ping out, were a little speechless. Amazing! The Fang Ping of today was truly amazing. In MCMAU, all instructors had to look for him when they wanted to do something. Without Fang Ping's permission, even a rank 6 instructor would not allow his daughter to enter MCMAU in private. Song Yingji did not speak to Fang Ping anymore. Instead, he suddenly looked at Yao Qingjun, his mouth wide open. Very, very big. His eyes were even more frightened than if he had seen a ghost. Middle stage rank 6. What the hell? He did not pay much attention to Fang Ping's breakthrough just now. But now he sensed that Yao Qingjun was middle stage rank 6. Yao Qingjun's mentality materialization could actually conceal his own aura, so that martial artists below rank 7 would not be able to discover his situation. But now, in MCMAU, Yao Qingjun had just come out of closed-door cultivation, so he did not want to conceal it. This time, Song Yingji was stunned. From peak rank 5 to middle stage rank 6, he spent 2 years. Before this, even with a monster like Fang Ping, he was still very proud. But now, 20 days, rank 5 to middle stage rank 6, Song Yingji suddenly clutched his chest, as if he had been hit hard, and retreated quickly. Without another word, he disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. No, he really could not take this stimulation anymore. What the hell were these brats doing? How could they cultivate like this? Zhang Yu was still a little confused. He did not understand what had happened to Teacher Song. He looked at Fang Ping and said, "Did you use your mentality to sneak an attack on him?" Fang Ping's face was full of black lines. "What were you thinking?" Ignoring him, Fang Ping opened his mouth and said, "The president of the Martial Arts Society. Maybe it's time to change people. I have a lot of things to do recently, and I have to go to the catacombs in a few days. When I come back, I don't need the president position anymore." When he reached the Grandmaster level, the president of the Martial Arts Society was no longer worthy of Fang Ping's position. Fang Ping was beginning to wonder if he should become a vice principal. If he became the vice president, according to his rank, Old Man Lu Fengru, and the others would all be his subordinates. TSK, just thinking about it made him happy. He just did not know if he would be beaten up. Thinking about it, Fang Ping said again, "We'll talk about it when I come back. I don't know how long I'll be gone this time. All right, if I'm not back before school starts, help me keep an eye on things. When my sister comes to MCMAU, help make arrangements. If I don't come back, ask Vice Chancellor Huang to take her as a student." Zhang Yu was a little surprised. It was not that Fang Ping could not come back. Martial artists had to be prepared before going to the catacombs. But why did he choose Vice Chancellor Huang? There were 6 grandmasters in MCMAU. Weren't Lu Fengru and Li Chongxing closer to Fang Ping? Even Tang Feng was closer to him than Huang Jing. Fang Ping did not say much. If he was really done for, Old Man Li would not live for long. Lu Fengru might enter the catacombs one day and fight with the Skygate City Lord. If he died, Lu Fengru would have no hope of revenge. As for Wu Quishan, although he was strong, he might not be a match for the Skygate City Lord who had a divine weapon. When that time came, it would be a mess. Big Lion was also a brute. Fang Ping was afraid that he would bring Fang Yuan to the catacombs if he relied on him. After thinking about it, the only grandmaster in MCMAU who was reliable was Huang Jing. After giving Zhang Yu some simple instructions, Fang Ping realized that today was already the 1st of July. It had been 20 days since he went into closed-door cultivation on the 11th. On the 3rd, Fang Ping and the others had to go to Capital City to meet up. Yao Chengjun wanted to go back to FMS, but Fang Ping did not care about him. Iron Head wanted to follow him. Fang Ping was annoyed with this guy, so he chased him away. He kept talking about how he did in the past. What the F***CK? Fang Ping regretted it now. This idiot should not have tricked him in the first place. Now he was even more certain about everything than he was. Old Wang and old Yao refuted. Even Iron Head could refute them until they were speechless. Walking alone on campus, the students who saw him greeted him hurriedly. Now it was actually summer break. However, for martial arts university students, there were still people who went back for summer break and winter break a few years ago. Nowadays, unless it was winter break or New Year break, there were fewer people who went back. The whole school knew about the catacombs. Even the rank 1 martial artists did not have the leisure they used to have. Everyone had pressure. As he walked, Fong Ping bumped into someone familiar. In front of him, Zhao Xuemei was holding a long staff, her whole body full of killing intent. Just came back. Yes, Zhao Xuemei responded. Fong Ping glanced at her and smiled. You've entered middle stage rank 4. That's not slow. Zhao Xuemei was indescribably calm. Middle stage rank 4. In the past, when she entered school, her biggest dream was to enter rank 4 when she graduated. At that time, she felt that she was thinking too much. Entering a martial arts university did not mean that one could become a rank 4 martial artist. Now that her sophomore year had just ended and she had entered rank 4, she was not as excited as she had imagined, especially when she had entered middle stage. She did not feel much about it. In this era of prodigies, in this era of martial arts universities producing rank 6 students, there were many of them. What was a mere rank 4 to him? The classmate in front of her from the same sect was now ranked first in rank 6, world famous. Just as Zhao Xuemei's thoughts were complicated, Fong Ping glanced at her, thought for a while, and said, "Don't go to the catacombs for now. The old injuries to your internal organs are too serious. If they accumulate, the process of honing your organs will be very difficult. Rest and recuperate for a while, then prepare for a breakthrough." With a simple glance, he realized that Zhao Xuemei's problems were quite serious. This woman had been fighting in the catacombs for who knew how long. Her murderous aura was heavier than some of the instructors. Her internal organs had also accumulated serious old injuries. "Got it." Zhao Xuemei replied calmly, thought for a while, and asked, "Where's Yunqi?" "She went to the catacombs." "She? What realm is she in?" "If she comes back, she'll probably be peak rank 4. Before this, Chen Yunqi had already broken through to upper stage rank 4. Because Fong Ping had given her some 100 honing fruits, the honing of her other 4 organs would not slow down. If she came back, it would not be a big problem to reach peak rank 4. "Peak rank 4," Zhao Xuemei murmured, her eyes a little gloomy, but she quickly recovered her determination and said, "Is Senior Qin in school?" "He went to the catacombs too." "What realm is he in?" "I think he left at upper stage rank 5. Zhao Xuemei did not say a word, turned around and left. Fong Ping frowned. "Where are you going?" "The catacombs." "You." Fong Ping's head hurt. "Crazy." She was really crazy. She had just come out of the catacombs, and now she was going there again. Did she have a death wish? Zhao Xuemei asked Qin Fengqin. He knew what she meant. She and Qin Fengqin were similar. Qin Fengqin honed his bones once, and so did she. People like Chen Yunqi were more talented than them. If Chen Yunqi's realm was higher than hers, it did not mean anything. However, if Qin Fengqin could enter upper stage rank 5, it meant that she, Zhao Xuemei, could do it too. As for the 2-year gap in between, she completely ignored it. "MCMAU doesn't specialize in training lunatics," Fong Ping mumbled and sighed. He did not want to say anything, but sent some life essence through the air. Zhao Xuemei's footsteps slowed. Then, without turning back, she quickly disappeared in front of Fong Ping with her alloy staff, which was still stained with blood. After a while, Lu Fengru appeared next to Fong Ping. She chuckled. "Xuemei is actually a good seedling. When I first accepted students, I didn't take a fancy to so many twice-honed martial artists. I took a fancy to her because of the stubbornness in her bones. It's very similar to mine. What's hard is easy to break. I'm afraid that something will happen to her, and Qin Fengqing sooner or later. Everyone has their own path. They walk their own path. If you don't walk it, how do you know if it's a dead end? Once they enter rank 7, when that time comes, there will be no difference in talent. In my opinion, their achievements will be even greater. At rank 7, there was no need to care about the difference in talent. At that time, the difference in talent would be very, very small. At rank 8, there was no difference. Some of the rank 8 martial artists had already begun to explore the path of martial arts. People like Qin Fengqing had strong beliefs and had their own perseverance. When the time came, they might be able to quickly find their own path and step into rank 9. Fong Ping chuckled. Actually, in my opinion, modern martial artists should be stronger than ancient martial artists. Which modern martial artist doesn't have their own beliefs? It's not just to become stronger. Teacher, why do you think modern martial artists aren't as strong as ancient martial artists? In Fong Ping's opinion, modern martial artists were more open-minded, more persistent, and had more beliefs. If these kinds of martial artists were not strong, what kind of martial artists were? Were ancient martial artists as persistent as modern martial artists? Were ancient martial artists as resolute as modern martial artists? Courageously facing death. Even if they died, they would not regret it. However, on the trip to the bounded domain, there were 13 paragons in Star City. This made Fong Ping suspicious. Why were ancient martial artists so strong, but modern martial artists only produced 2 paragons? Maybe it has something to do with cultivation methods. Lu Fengru said softly, "What's stopping modern martial artists isn't the pursuit of martial arts. Have you noticed? Modern martial artists, even if they reach rank 8, have always been cultivating mentality. It's hard to cultivate, very hard to cultivate, ancient martial artists. Maybe there really is a mentality cultivation method. Otherwise, modern martial artists wouldn't have such a hard time. Not to mention celestiality, we have pills and energy stones to help us. Actually, most of the time we don't lack energy. What we lack is mentality, not being strong enough. Before external release, it all depends on the martial artist's own beliefs. And once they've honed it to the external release realm, martial artists who have mentality-vitality fusion can almost all enter rank 7. I'm afraid ancient martial artists might not be able to do it." Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly. What about Star City? 13 progenitors. Could there be such a method? If there is, there's no reason for them not to pass it on. Even if they don't give it to us, they should give it to their descendants, right? 13 paragons. It was very likely that they were figures of the same era. If they were figures of the same era, then 13 paragons appearing in an era would be too powerful. In the past 100 years, Sino Nation had only produced 2 paragons. At this rate, it would probably take 500 or 600 years for 13 to be born. Could Star City's paragons have been accumulated for 500 or 600 years? I'm not sure. Lu Fengru shook her head. Star City is too mysterious. Even the people in Star City might not know. No one knows which dynasty these paragons came from, where they came from, or what their real identities are. Whether they are figures of the same era, no one knows either. As for whether there is a mentality cultivation method, it's even more unclear. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Or maybe there are some unavoidable reasons that they can't be taught. Lu Fengru smiled and said, "Let's not care about them. Actually, a long time ago, human powerhouses were researching mentality cultivation methods. Unfortunately, there were no results." At this point, Lu Fengru frowned slightly and said slowly, "Back then my father was one of those who researched such methods. Unfortunately, after many years of research, there were no results. You know the mentality detector. It's actually just a byproduct of researching mentality cultivation methods. Previously, Liemo said that my father might have gone to the bounded boundaries. It might be true. Because he has been researching in this area, he might have heard about the bounded boundaries. He knows that there are ruins of ancient martial artists, so he might have gone to the bounded boundaries to look for ancient martial artists' cultivation methods. Seeing that she mentioned this, Fong Ping smiled. Instructor, when I return from the king battlefield, let's go to the Magic City catacombs. If the situation permits, we can go to the bounded boundaries to take a look. If LV Zhen disappeared from the Magic City catacombs and went to the bounded boundaries, then it was most likely to be in the two big bounded boundaries of the Magic City catacombs. Lu Fengru did not mention this. She looked at him and said, "Be careful this time. MCMAU is not clear about the situation in the restricted area. As for the information given by the military department, it's also the most superficial information. If there's any danger, come out as soon as possible. Even if there's no place in the king battlefield, you can still enter rank 7 quickly. Got it? Also, have you considered looking for a partner after entering rank 7? Fong Ping laughed dryly. No rush, no rush. I'm only 20 years old. I'm still a child. Lu Fengru could not help but laugh. Very quickly, she disappeared on the spot. As for Fong Ping, he did not continue to stroll around. As he walked back to the dormitory, he checked the data, calculating if there was any hope of getting benefits from entering the king battlefield this time. Would his wealth reach 1 trillion? Wealth, 516 billion converted. Vitality, 8,500 calories, 9,599 calories. Mentality, 1,400 hertz, 1,450 hertz. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%. Storage space, 100 cubic meters plus. Energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute plus. Aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute plus. This time, after closing the mentality door, his mentality increased by a few hundred hertz, exceeding Fong Ping's expectations. The growth of mentality had always been the most difficult. As for his vitality increasing to 9,599 calories, Fong Ping was not surprised. He only had one last life gate left that he had not closed. After closing the life gate, he would be at peak rank 6. It was normal for his vitality to reach 10,000 cal. Fong Ping suspected that his Sanjiao gate might exceed the limit of rank 6 and be above 10,000 cal. Mentality growth was extremely difficult. Closing one gate and increasing it by 300 hertz was really not easy. After all, middle stage rank 7 martial artists only had mentality above 2,000 hertz. Closing the life gate should be able to increase some mentality. Maybe in rank 6 I can cultivate to 2,000 hertz mentality. Now I'm really standing at the limit of rank 6. The only difference is maybe I should create a mentality combat technique that belongs to me. Fong Ping sighed. Other people's things were other people's things after all. At his level, whether it was the ancient martial arts era or the sex era, he should be considered a powerhouse. Opening a mountain and establishing a sect would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, the time he spent practicing martial arts was too short. In a mere 2 years, it was already not bad that he could achieve this level. Where would he have so much time to study, ponder, and create a combat technique that was most suitable for him? However, with a strong mentality, my thinking ability is also strong. Next time, I should read extensively and collect a few hundred mentality combat techniques, or even origin combat techniques to study. At least I can come up with a more domineering set of absolute arts. What should I call this absolute art? Celestial Emperor Saber? God-killing fist? Bah! Zhang Dingnan's talent in naming has affected me. Chapter 565. 2nd of July. Fong Ping set off for capital city, Macmao, the rooftop of the school archives. Lu Fengru and the others were there. Everyone watched the car drive away, falling into silence. After a long time, Tang Fong said self-deprecatingly, After entering rank 7, I thought I could hold up half the sky. I didn't expect. Sigh. Indescribable loneliness. Young people grew too fast, making them feel like they were useless. Not only did they not play their role, but they were also holding them back. Old man Lee did not say anything. He tossed a crystal bottle in his hand and smiled. This brat has really taken out everything he has this time. Other than keeping some to protect his life, he's taken out everything else. Lu Fengru glanced at the life essence in his hand, feeling a little jealous. He gave it to you again. You want it. I want to give it to you. Old man Lee tossed it over casually. When Lu Fengru caught it, Old man Lee chuckled. It's for old Lu. Old Lu's skull was fractured before, and he couldn't continue honing his skull. This kid said long ago that he would snatch some for old Lu. He was waiting for old Lu to come back to show off and collect a few IOUs. Now that old Lu hasn't come back, this kid gave it to him. When he said that, Lu Fengru's face darkened. No wonder Li Chongsheng, this old bastard, was so generous. Without saying much, Lu Fengru said with some seriousness, "Can the people in Star Town contact the people in the Land of Kings?" "I don't know. Could it be that someone has already contacted Yang Qing in the Land of Kings?" Yang Qing is a middle stage rank 7 martial artist. Although Fang Ping has the strength of a new rank 7, that's only for new martial artists with average experience. Since Yang Qing is in the Land of Kings, there will be no lack of killing. No matter how weak he is, he won't be that weak. This kid has provoked many people, even a bunch of rank 9s. It'll be fine. Old man Lee laughed. With his quick-wittedness, he can run even if he can't win. Minister Zhang specially left him a pair of divine combat boots for him to use when he runs. As long as he shakes off his opponents, he can go anywhere. Who can find him? Lu Fengru nodded slightly and said, "How's the situation in Sky Gate City in Magic City Catacombs?" Next to him, Huang Jing said, "The relocation has officially begun. It's moving towards the northeast, near Monster Sunflower City." "Where is that old bastard? We haven't found any traces of him recently." Maybe Lu Fengru's eyes were cold as she said, "It won't be that easy for him to leave." As he spoke, he looked toward the depths of MCMAU's southern area and frowned slightly. Why hasn't Wu Quishan come out of seclusion yet? Now that Wu Quishan had come out of seclusion, he could delay the Sky Gate City Lord and not let him leave so quickly. As for killing the opponent, Lu Fengru really did not count on Wu Quishan. Her idea was to let Wu Quishan drag things out and wait for Fang Ping to return. At the very least, they could blow up Skygate City and destroy this royal city. Currently, Skygate City's strength was greatly damaged. If they held back those high-rank powerhouses, Fang Ping could still blow them up if he wanted to. However, other than Fang Ping, it was difficult for anyone else to do it. Fang Ping could sneak in soundlessly, but if anyone else tried to sneak in, they would be discovered very quickly. Once they were discovered, Skygate City wouldn't fight alone. They would definitely ask for help. They had to create the illusion that they were evenly matched to create an opportunity for Fang Ping. Huang Jing also glanced in that direction and helped to explain, "Old Wu has just broken through after all. He still needs some time. Fengru, there's no hurry." Lu Fengru did not say anything else. She looked toward the direction Fang Ping had left and suddenly said helplessly, "This time he's back. He won't really be a rank 7, will he?" "The possibility is very high." Sigh. Lu Fengru's expression was extremely complicated. Should I be happy or hopeless? In the car, explosive music was playing. Fang Ping shook his body along with the music and chuckled. "I'm going to Nanjiang to pick up Old Wang. Do you guys think I'll see Old Wang and his child bride have a big drama of life and death?" Yao Qingjun closed his eyes and rested, pretending he did not hear anything. Li Hansong, who was driving, chuckled. "I don't think so. His instructor's daughter isn't that old, right? I'm just joking. Speaking of which, Nanjiang Martial Arts University is so weak. Old Wang is really worried. In my opinion, he might as well just go straight to MCMU. Yao Qingjun could not help but say, "Then why don't you leave MCMU? Star City is stronger. If you go there and become a son-in-law, I guarantee it won't be a problem." Fang Ping glanced at him and laughed. "Old Yao, you're talking too much. In the past, you couldn't get anything out of me. Now you've learned to mock me?" Yao Qingjun did not say anything. After a pause, he said, "I'm just a little annoyed." Li Hansong, turn down the music. "What's there to be annoyed about?" Fang Ping knew what he was annoyed about. He chuckled. "The past is like smoke. My past life is my past life, and this life is this life. To be honest, I don't care about all of this anymore. I'll do what I have to do. Even if the King Battleground is really the place where the last battle took place, so what? Even if we found the remains of our past lives, so what?" "Old Yao, it's useless to think so much." Yao Qingjuan's eyebrows twitched. This time he did not say anything. Li Hansong added, "That's right. Why think so much? When we reach peak rank 6, maybe we can take out the treasures in the life gate and quickly enter rank 7 or 8 to recover our strength. If we died in battle in our past life, we can continue in this life. Or we can go to the bounded boundaries again and see if we can find our home. There should be quite a lot of good stuff there. At least I saw that golden pool." The few of them chatted as the car sped up. Before lunchtime arrived, the car had already arrived in Nanjiang Martial Arts University. At the school gate, Wang Jinyang was talking to Zhang Qingnan. When the car stopped and Fang Ping and the others alighted, before Zhang Qingnan could say anything, Fang Ping laughed and said, "Congratulations on your recovery, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Qingnan smiled and said, "Thank you. I've been looking for a chance to thank you for a long time. If it wasn't for you, don't mention it, teacher. Speaking of which, when I first came into contact with martial arts, the basic combat techniques I learned were your combat techniques videos." Zhang Qingnan was all smiles. "That should be my honor." "You're too kind, Teacher Zhang." As they spoke, Fang Ping looked around. It was a pity that old Wang's wife was not around to see the show. He looked at Zhang Qingnan again. Fang Ping observed for a while. His mentality did not seem to be broken. It seemed like the injury last time was not too serious. He wondered if it would affect his mentality externally and materialize in the future. After chatting for a while, Zhang Qingnan said in a serious tone, "Fang Ping, I'll have to trouble you guys this time. Jinyang doesn't like to talk much and has a cold personality. It's Jinyang's honor to be friends with you guys. There was only one meaning in his words. Take care of Wang Jinyang." Fang Ping and the other two were holding back their laughter. In front of them, old Wang had always been a calm big brother. Now, Zhang Qingnan's tone was like, "My son is still young and everyone should take care of him." Fang Ping nodded quickly and said with a smile, "We will." "Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. We'll take good care of Jinyang." Wang Jinyang looked helpless and did not say anything. When Zhang Qingnan was trapped in the catacombs, he was only rank 3 and did not experience much. Now, however, he was rank 6. He had been running around for the past 2 years. In addition to the changes in NMAU, he was no longer the kid he was 2 years ago. Fang Ping was the brat. When he first went to Sun City No. 1 High School, Fang Ping was still a kid who did not know anything. Now, Fang Ping was the first in rank 6. His teacher naturally felt that Fang Ping was more mature and stronger than him. It was only natural for him to ask Fang Ping to take care of him. After Zhang Qingnan nagged for a while, Wang Jinyang felt a headache coming on. He said, "Teacher, I'll leave first. You should rest more these days. Don't rush to cultivate." "Don't worry." After the teacher and student exchanged a few words, Wang Jinyang got off the car a little embarrassed. As soon as they got on the car, Fang Ping and the others laughed. Even Yao Qingjun could not help but laugh. "Your teacher? Don't tell me he really thinks of you as his son-in-law?" Wang Jinyang's face darkened. His gaze was a little unfriendly. Nini is still a kid. What's wrong with that? When martial artists reach our level, is age a problem? Fang Ping joked. Just wait for her for another 10 years. That'll be fine. Fang Ping, you have a sister. She's even older than Nini. If you dare to have any ideas about my sister, I'll chop you to death. Haha. The few of them chatted and laughed. It was very lively, while Fang Ping and the others were rushing to Capital City. Capital City military camp. Jiang Chao and the others had already arrived a step earlier. Jiang Chao was carrying a few bags of various sizes. Du Hong looked at him helplessly. He could not help but say, Jiang Chao, it'll be very troublesome to bring so many things to the battlefield. I know. Then, don't worry. You don't have to worry. I won't be going with you anyway. This is a greeting gift I prepared. It's money to buy my life. Du Hong was speechless. Beside him, Li Yiming frowned. Fatty, are you sure you won't be coming with us? As members of the military, we won't abandon any of our teammates, no matter what. If you really go with Fang Ping and the others. To put it bluntly, these fellows are all adventurers. They have no sense of teamwork. Jiang Chao said disapprovingly, I'm worried because you guys won't abandon anyone. Are you kidding me? If something really happens and none of you run, it'll be a violation of military discipline. How am I going to reason with you? What if they all die one by one? What if they all die? If I follow Fang Ping and the others, I'll run if I can't win. At least no one will say that I'm a coward and leave them to die. Don't joke around. I can't even save myself, and you want me to save others? I won't do it anyway. Whoever gets unlucky will die. It's not reliable to follow you guys. Don't try to persuade me. It's useless. Everyone was rendered speechless by his words. Beside him, Su Zissou did not care about this. Instead, she asked curiously, What did you bring? Let me see. No way. Jiang Chao shielded his bags and said with a vigilant look, Don't even think about taking my treasures. This time, in order to save my life, I'm going all out. Everyone ignored him. Beside him, Li Yiming looked at Du Hong and raised his eyebrows slightly. If that's the case in the end, it'll only be the 7 of us going together? Du Hong nodded. After some thought, he said, Those from martial arts universities are all following Fang Ping. Fang Ping has never been in the mood to go with us. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Li also said that it's best not to go with Fang Ping. That guy is very bold and will get into trouble easily. Why? Does he want to make a big fuss? It's hard to say. Du Hong sighed. You don't know much about his past. The last few times he went to the catacombs, he got into trouble every time he went. Honestly, even if he really wants to go with us, I have to be prepared. Fang Ping had only gone to the catacombs a few times. The next time he went, he would get into trouble. Even the first time he went to the catacombs, he was only a rank 3. In the end, he provoked a rank 6 and chased him all the way to Hope City. How could he not be worried about going to the battlefield with such a troublemaker? Jiang Chao insisted on going with Fang Ping and the others. In Du Hong's opinion, was this not a death wish? Naturally, Fang Ping did not know about the conversation in Capital City. Fatty Jiang had prepared a greeting gift. Fang Ping did not know either. When everyone arrived at Capital City, the sky was already dark. They did not go to the military department immediately. Instead, they found a big restaurant. That night, they ordered good wine and food. They could not eat anymore and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, they rushed to the military department. Capital City military camp. As soon as Fang Ping and the others arrived, Jiang Chao welcomed them with a smile. Without a word, he spread out the package in his hands. He opened the package and said with a smile, Good stuff. Super good stuff. Fang Ping fixed his eyes on the ground. There were many things scattered messily. He did not know what they were for. Jiang Chao picked up a big bottle and chuckled. This is filled with the feces of peak-level monsters. Don't look at me. Although, Peak-level monsters don't need to excrete, it's really their feces. Some peak-level monsters are too lazy to release their aura, so they use their feces to mark the ground. Other monsters are not allowed to enter. This stuff is very rare. When we're being chased by the monsters at a critical moment, we can wipe it on ourselves. Hee, the monsters will be so scared that they'll pee their pants. Fong Ping glanced at it. His gaze flickered. It was indeed good stuff. Although he could conceal his aura, this thing would be very useful if used well. Then Jiang Chao picked up a cube crystal and said with a smile, "This is a cluster sensor. In the catacombs, the communication devices on the ground can't be used, but this thing can. This is something modified by energy stones. Peak-level powerhouses use their own mentality to solidify, because it comes from one body. When the crystal is near, it will sense it. Of course, there's no way to communicate, but at least it knows where we are. If we get lost, it can sense it if we're less than 100 li away. The closer we are, the more obvious the sense is." When he said that, Fong Ping was a little moved. There was this. It was not just Fong Ping. Du Hong wanted to say something, but hesitated. Seeing this, Fong Ping asked curiously, "The military department doesn't have it?" Logically speaking, the military department should have this kind of thing. Beside him, Li Yiming was speechless. This requires peak-level powerhouses to solidify their mentality. Also, it's harder than you think. It's very time-consuming. My grandfather and the others have done some before, but they've all been used in some catacombs, mainly for scouting martial artists. This time, we didn't bring this with us. Fong Ping was surprised. It can't be. It's mainly because I'm afraid that if something happens to one person, the others will be affected. Li Yiming thought for a while and explained, "It's best that you don't bring this. Although it's indeed a good thing, if someone is really killed by the catacombs martial artists, they can use this to find your hiding place. It might not be a good thing. Especially, Jiang Chao's strength is so weak. You better take it easy." Jiang Chao pursed his lips and snorted. "What do you know? Do you think that after living for so many years, my elder ancestor is as poor as your family? This is specially made. Fong Ping, don't worry. I'll give you the core control module. You can turn it on and off on your own. Once it's turned off, everything else will be ineffective. It's useless. If we really encounter great danger, you can just turn it off. It'll be fine." As he said that, Jiang Chao dismantled the cube and gave one to Old Yao and the rest. He also gave the biggest one to Fong Ping. He chuckled. "This way, we won't get lost if we're within 100 li." Fong Ping accepted it. This thing was indeed not bad. If it really did not work, he could just throw it into the storage space. It was not a big deal. Jiang Chao brought more than these. Very quickly, he picked up a small round ball and grinned. "This is awesome. It's definitely a good thing. There's a bit of a peak-level powerhouse's origin sealed inside, but you can't use it blindly. Over at the land of the martial kings, many people have died. The origin of martial arts is in chaos. If powerhouses enter, it will immediately cause conflict in the path of martial arts. At the crucial moment, you can crush it and cause conflict in the origin of martial arts. Once the conflict breaks out, if it gets intense, the land of the martial kings will erupt into chaos. It's more or less used for mutual destruction." Fong Ping frowned. "If that's the case, most of the catacombs martial artists will bring this with them?" Jiang Chao shook his head. "How is that possible? Why would a powerhouse's origin be given to those rank 6 martial artists so easily? Do they really think it's not dangerous? If someone catches it and discovers the flaws in it, they will die. Then this of yours. Oh, this doesn't belong to my elder ancestor. This was snatched by my elder ancestor when the Li family ancestor killed a peak-level monster. Cough, cough, cough." Beside them, Li Yiming and Li Fei were coughing nonstop. "F***CK, your grandpa. Is this for real?" None of them knew about this. At this moment, a figure appeared beside them. Zhang Tao appeared. He glanced at everyone. then looked at the thing in Fatty's hand. He looked a little speechless. After a while he said, "This thing can't be used recklessly. Once it causes chaos in the land of the Marshal King's origin, there will be big problems." "Kid, from the Jiang family. How did you get this?" "My grandfather gave it to me." Zhang Tao's gaze sharpened instantly. Jiang Chao looked embarrassed. He mumbled, "I took it from the family storeroom. It's nothing. At most, we'll die together. Who's afraid of who?" Zhang Tao snorted. He glanced at the little round ball again. After a while he said, "It's just an overflowing trace of origin. It might not cause a conflict. Don't count on this to save your life. Of course, if you're at death's door, you can try and see if you can bring your enemy along with you." After saying that, Zhang Tao glanced at Jiang Chao again. He said with a faint smile, "These things you brought are probably your family's treasures. After so many years, Senior Warlord probably didn't leave too many things for the Jiang family. Now that you've emptied them, I don't care." Jiang Chao said indifferently, "If I die, the Jiang family will have no descendants. Do you think I'll leave it to someone else?" Zhang Tao was speechless. Some of these things he could not take out. For example, that little round ball. He had never killed a peak-level monster before. Where could he get it? Moreover, even if he did kill a peak-level monster, he might not leave this behind. As for the Li family, the Li family's elder ancestor had a cold personality. He did not know how to deal with these things. And that mother-child censor. Zhang Tao felt a little helpless. This thing did not have much use. High-rank powerhouses would be able to sense any fluctuations within 100 miles. Middle and low-ranked martial artists did not actually use this. For a peak-level monster, solidifying some things with mentality was also very troublesome. To put it bluntly, it was a little useless. However, he and Li Zhan had made some before and handed it over to the military department. As for Li Yiming and the others who entered this time, he did not plan to give it to them either. It was more dangerous. It was easy for the catacombs martial artists to get it and find other people instead. As for Fang Ping had a storage ring. He could hide it. Otherwise, once the parent was found, he could find the location of the child. You could not destroy something solidified by a peak-level monster. While Zhang Tao was speaking, Fang Ping had collected all the items naturally and placed them in his backpack. Fatty was sensible. The Jiang family was indeed rich. These things were all good stuff. He might be able to use them. Jiang Chao did not mind. He chuckled and said, "Fang Ping, let me tell you, this is not all. I still have a killer weapon. If you save me at a critical moment, I guarantee it won't hurt." Fang Ping gave him a strange look. This guy, could it be that he really had a super killer weapon made by a peak-level monster? Logically speaking, there were many descendants of a peak-level monster. Jiang Chao and Warlord were separated by who knew how many generations. Was that person really so free that he would personally make something good to protect the lives of these countless generations of descendants? Some things, even if a peak-level monster made them, they still had to pay a price. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, could not be bothered with them. He opened his mouth and said, "Since everyone is here, let's move." As soon as his voice fell, Fang Ping and the others suddenly floated in the air. Not only them, but the foreign martial artists who were some distance away from them also appeared here in an instant. To a man, and the black-robed woman's bodies trembled slightly. Soon they stopped resisting. They were controlled by Zhang Tao in an instant. Both of them had almost no chance to react. "Let's go." Zhang Tao threw these words, led the 30 young martial artists, and disappeared on the spot in an instant. The strength of a peak-level monster was terrifying to the extreme. Fang Ping and the others' vision went black. They could not see anything. When Fang Ping's vision was no longer black, Fang Ping calculated for a while. About 3 to 5 minutes had passed. However, at this moment, they were no longer in Capital City. Or rather, they were no longer on the ground. This was because the giant sun above their heads was not the sun on the ground, but but the son of the catacombs. Fang Ping glanced at Li Hansong. Li Hansong shook his head slightly. This was not Capital City's catacombs. Before this, Fang Ping had thought that they were going through Capital City's catacombs. Now it seemed that was not the case. This was not Mount Royal Sea either. This was because Fang Ping saw the city below. The human city, the 24th passageway. Why are we going this way? Fang Ping was slightly puzzled. Logically speaking, going through Star Town's passageway would be faster. They would arrive at Mount Royal Sea directly. However, Zhang Tao did not bring them through Star Town's passageway. Instead, he chose to go through this small domain that had always been hidden. Just as Fang Ping was feeling puzzled, Zhang Tao suddenly led everyone and shot forward, flying all the way. Along the way, Zhang Tao's aura was earth-shattering. His speed was also extremely fast. It was in this situation that Fang Ping managed to catch a glimpse of the situation. As Zhang Tao flew past, it seemed like he had crushed a large group of people to death. Old Zhang did this on purpose? At this moment, Fang Ping was a little more clear-headed. Perhaps Absolute Peak could not enter the small domain easily. This might be an opportunity. The catacombs would know that Absolute Peak had brought people into the restricted area. Therefore, at this moment, Zhang Tao led them directly through the small domain. When a powerhouse like him traveled and released his aura, it indicated to the catacombs that he had arrived. It was not too much for him to crush a group of middle-ranked and high-ranked martial artists along the way. And the reality was indeed as Fang Ping had expected. Not only did Zhang Tao pass by, but he also deliberately passed by the catacomb cities. He did not target those middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists, nor did he target those ordinary catacombs humans. Fang Ping saw that a few martial artists who had performed the flight step were instantly crushed into pieces by him. Rank 7. Fang Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Old Zhang was really evil. He did this on purpose. Along the way, his speed was extremely fast. The martial artists in the cities could not even react in time before he knocked them to death and crushed them to death. At this extreme speed, Fang Ping even saw a powerhouse wearing a crown on his head who had just levitated into the air when old Zhang knocked his body into pieces. However, this seemed to have aroused the dissatisfaction of the restricted area powerhouse. The next moment, a sonorous voice was heard. "Martial King, don't go too far!" "Ha ha ha. I'm just passing by. A real king is traveling. Even a fake king dares to block my way. Death is not to be regretted. Humph." Both parties exchanged words across 1,000 miles. That crown powerhouse was probably not dead. The other party did not seem to care too much about a few rank 7s dying. At this moment, he did not speak again. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao's speed gradually slowed down. At this moment, everyone felt like they had returned to reality. It was not like earlier, as if they were traveling through space and time. Chapter 566. When they stopped, Fang Ping suddenly realized that they were actually in the sky above a city. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. He looked at the towering golden tree not far away and whispered, "Minister, smash it? Maybe there's life essence inside." Zhang Tao glanced at him. Stupid, stupid, stupid. This kid was really daring. Everyone else was a little nervous now. Only Fang Ping's eyes were shining, staring at the towering monster plant not far away. Fang Ping was indeed not nervous. What a joke! He was following the apex. Why should he be nervous? Zhang Tao almost killed a rank 9 while flying. Why should he be afraid of a rank 9 monster plant? Zhang Tao was too lazy to care about him. Slowing down, saying lightly, "Can you really kill a rank 9? A rank 7 is nothing. Killing a rank 8, that's troublesome. If you kill a catacombs rank 8 today, they can riot tomorrow." A rank 8 forged golden body. This kind of martial artist is already a real high-end combat strength. As for rank 7, although it's also a high rank 7 martial artists' bodies are fragile. with a very big flaw. The restricted areas usually don't pay too much attention to them. Fang Ping felt a little regretful, then made a throat-slitting gesture toward the swaying golden monster plant. Damn, provoking a rank 9, so exciting. Both parties were only a few thousand meters apart. The rank 9 monster plant had already noticed them. This was really the first time of face-to-face provocation. Fang Ping's provocation was noticed by the monster plant, but it did not move, did not make any extra movements, even seemed to be a little trembling. There was no other reason. It felt a huge pressure and threat. A true king powerhouse. These rank 9 monster plants, although their combat strength was strong, if they encountered a true king powerhouse, they would definitely die, unable to escape. Those who could really escape from the hands of the apex, including the restricted areas and humans, did not exceed 3. The number 1 person below the apex, whether Nan Yunue, could escape from the hands of the apex depended on the time and place, and whether the apex had the intention to kill. Zhang Tao did not look at the city again, of course, did not have the intention to avoid, just flying straight ahead. The monster plant seemed to be twisting its body carefully, trying to stay as far away as possible. Zhang Tao did not want to say anything about Fang Ping provoking a rank 9. Martial artists should not be too arrogant. Provoking powerhouses was a suicidal move. Even so, martial artists could not afford to be timid. With him around, it was not a big deal for Fang Ping to provoke his opponent. This kid was bold to begin with. As long as he was not stupid enough to provoke a rank 9 without the support of a paragon, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao seemed to have remembered something. It seemed like this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. Although Zhang Tao had slowed down, it was only relatively speaking. He was still extremely fast. Not long after, Fang Ping and the others crossed another city. At this time, there were no more cities behind them. Instead, there were many rolling mountains and basins, as well as forests and rivers. Fang Ping also saw many monster plants and monsters. This was perhaps a forbidden area of the demon race. However, old Zhang was still arrogant and had no intention of changing his path. At this moment, Fang Ping was a little envious and longing. This was life. Regardless of whether it was a forbidden land or a city, they all had to make way for him. If he had such strength, why would he need to dig a hole? Did he even need to conceal his aura? Why would he need to sneakily kill a few high-ranked monsters? Among the demons in the forbidden area, Fang Ping even saw some high-ranked monsters that could fly. However, when they saw old Zhang, they fell straight down, smashing the ground with a loud rumble, not daring to fly up. Domineering. Fang Ping was envious. The others were envious and worshipping too. This was the guardian of humanity, the top-notch power that protected humanity. One person ran amok in a region. Wherever he went, the enemy did not even have the guts to resist. They flew past the city, past the forbidden area. As they flew, someone suddenly exclaimed, "This is Mount Royal Sea." Fang Ping had been looking down. At this moment, he lifted his head to look. When he saw the situation in front of him clearly, Fang Ping was also shocked. This is Mount Royal Sea. He had heard of Mount Royal Sea many times, but he had never seen it. He did not have the chance to see it either. Mount Royal Sea was in the deepest part of the catacombs. It was thousands of miles away from the periphery. It was impossible to see it from such a long distance. However, Fang Ping saw it today. In front of him, the huge mountain range that rose and fell endlessly was Mount Royal Sea. The mountain range that seemed to reach the sky was Mount Royal Sea. It was too long, too tall, too tall. It was so long that there seemed to be no end to its height. Everyone was shocked. Was it really man-made? Someone in the crowd asked. Zhang Tao said calmly it was man-made. Of course, it was not caused by the 2 kings in the catacombs legend. This is not something that can be achieved by a single person. Mount Royal Sea, Royal Sea. Royal Sea is the forbidden sea. The Forbidden Sea has been expanding all along. Of course, it is not obvious anymore. You can even see the so-called outland as a beach, a coastline that is thousands of miles wide. Mount Royal Sea is hundreds of thousands of miles long. The highest point is more than 100,000 meters, and the lowest is also 50 to 60,000 meters. This is not done by a single person. It is done by a group of people, many powerhouses. Actually, through some of the traces left behind, we can know that Mount Royal Sea was originally built by a large group of powerhouses, spending countless years to build it. Fong Ping said immediately, "Minister, powerhouses do not care about this height of tens of thousands of meters. The sky above Mount Royal Sea is the same as the sky above the outland." Fong Ping understood instantly. Space rifts. No wonder. This meant that it was impossible to fly above Mount Royal Sea. Fong Ping said again, "Powerhouses can also shatter the mountain range and directly pass through. Mount Royal Sea is said to be a mountain range or mountain peak, but it is actually a solidified body mixed with countless mentality. It is solidified at the peak." Fong Ping understood, once again. The strength of solidified mentality at the peak was terrifying. He had actually thought of breaking through Mount Royal Sea and going to the restricted area alone. What a joke! Could he break through a solidified mountain range at the peak? Zhang Tao did not wait for him to ask again. He said immediately, "Since Mount Royal Sea was man-made, of course, there will be some gaps. In every territory there is a Grand Canyon. There is a boundary wall there. People from the restricted area and the outland can communicate through the passage of the boundary wall. Of course, our main mission is to guard the vicinity of the passage. Under normal circumstances, we will not deliberately stop them from communicating. If a war breaks out, our people will seal the passage and not allow people from the restricted area to enter or leave. This is the so-called guarding Mount Royal Sea. It is not what you think. If one person really guards a territory alone, no one will have that much energy. At the peak, you need to rest too. Also, Mount Royal Sea is actually very wide. You can think of Mount Royal Sea as a city wall. It is huge beyond your imagination. What we are looking at now is the outer wall. Between the outer wall and the inner wall, there is also an incomparably vast land. Here, the main creatures that live are monsters and monster plants. Can these monsters leave Mount Royal Sea? They can go in and out through the passage at the Grand Canyon, but not other places. Of course, if you are not afraid of death, you can try flying through the air. Cracks are not everywhere. If you are brave enough, then you can try flying over Mount Royal Sea's inner and outer walls." As Zhang Tao said that, he glanced at Fong Ping and smiled faintly. "Space cracks are not fixed and unmoving. You have to know, it seems like there are no cracks here, but if you fly over, maybe only half of your body will be left. Space cracks are very scary. Even if it is us, although we can withstand it, it is still fine if there are only a few. Once we are completely surrounded by the space cracks, we will also fall. As for those below the peak, there is almost no hope of survival. That is why the monsters in Mount Royal Sea usually don't go out. They also won't purposely come to this side of the passage." Fong Ping understood. He asked again, "Then can we humans enter the inner part of Mount Royal Sea and hunt the monsters?" "Yes, but you better not have such plans." Zhang Tao reminded him, "There are many monsters in Mount Royal Sea. If you go in, there are high-ranked monsters everywhere. It is very easy to die. If humans enter, even if there are paragons keeping watch nearby, they will not always keep an eye on you and take care of you. That is impossible. Even Polaricity will not train in Mount Royal Sea. They will usually go to the place where the king battles. Of course, when they have reached rank 9, they may go to the inner part of Mount Royal Sea. It is less dangerous there." Fong Ping nodded and looked around curiously. In the crowd, the others looked at him in surprise. There was no other reason. This kid was really amazing. To be honest, the people present did not really dare to ask Zhang Tao questions. Even the descendants of the paragons were the same. In their eyes, the powerhouses of the paragons were gods. Even their ancestor was a legendary figure. Would normal people dare to keep asking the country's leaders questions? Including Li Yiming. He had a paragon grandfather, but he did not dare to talk to Li Zhen like that. Fang Ping was really amazing. Fang Ping did not realize this. Old Zhang's image in his heart had been destroyed. Paragons were no longer mysterious. Paragons were also human. Old Zhang was still someone who could not sit still and liked to eavesdrop on others. This kind of old man might be a chatterbox. What was wrong with chatting a little? At this moment, Fang Ping did not ask any more questions. Instead, he looked around. After looking for a while, he suddenly looked ahead and said, "That is the Grand Canyon passageway." "That's right. This is where the people from the restricted area enter and exit." "Yes." Fang Ping looked for a while and smiled. "It can be treated as a city gate?" Zhang Tao laughed. "You can think of it that way." Fang Ping said no more. Then he thought of something and asked immediately, "Minister, will you accompany us in—" "No, paragons will not enter the restricted area or the outland. This is a special situation. We will only move around inside Mount Royal Sea, or we can go to the Forbidden Sea. Along the boundary, we can reach the Forbidden Sea. Paragons are restricted. We restrict the other party, but we are also restricting ourselves." Zhang Tao's words were no longer calm. There was a hint of complicated emotions in them. Paragons restricted the restricted area. Was it not the same as confining themselves? In such a big catacombs, the area they could move around in was too little. Often, for decades, they would not meet a single person. They did not even have someone to talk to. He was still considered lucky. The other paragons were even more difficult. Therefore, his feelings toward Star City's paragons were very complicated. It was so complicated that, on one hand, he knew that Star City's paragons had their own objectives. Some people's ideals did not agree with his. However, knowing was one thing. On the other hand, he admired and sympathized with these people, guarding Mount Royal Sea for hundreds of years. No matter what their objectives were, they were heroes. He did not feel anything when Fang Ping went against the Yang family. The Yang family did not represent the paragons. However, when Fang Ping gossiped about the Yang family's paragons, Zhang Tao was not happy. His tone was very serious. Fang Ping could not feel this kind of emotion. When he heard Zhang Tao say that he was not going, he could not help but worry. "If the martial artists from the restricted area attack us, don't worry. Both sides have already reached an agreement. There will be rank 9 martial artists escorting you to the battlefield. I will be keeping watch here in the near future. If there is a problem, I will intervene. If the paragons attack, won't we die in an instant?" "Yes." Zhang Tao answered happily. He then laughed and said, "If you die, then you die. If you die, I will slaughter all the high ranks in this territory. The restricted area will not have anything to say. If they really attack you first, they will gain instead." When he said that, Fang Ping was speechless. What he said made sense. Killing some of their rank 6 and 7 martial artists, and then Zhang Tao conveniently slaughtering the high ranks in this small territory. It was really a gain. The point was they would die. Zhang Tao was also an interesting person. He laughed and said, "Fang Ping, you can consider provoking the martial artists from the restricted area. Let them attack you first and break the agreement. Then I can find an excuse to kill more people." Fang Ping grimaced. Old Zhang was evil. "I won't do it." The others were holding back their laughter. The foreign martial artists, however, looked at Fang Ping strangely. Although this guy was not a descendant of the paragons, he could chat with Zhang Tao to this extent. Strictly speaking, he was more valued by the paragons than some of the paragons' descendants. While they were talking, they arrived at the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon was not the kind that was connected to the ground. Instead, it was the kind of cave-like canyon passageway that opened up halfway up the mountain. Zhang Tao led everyone to land. As soon as they landed, Fang Ping took a deep breath and said in surprise, "Such rich energy. Even if I don't rely on pills here, I can still meet my cultivation needs." Indeed, the energy at Mount Royal Sea is the richest. Even the restricted areas, interior, can't compare to it, because there are fewer people here, and because the Paragon's mentality solidification restricts the overflow of energy. Therefore, although the interior of Mount Royal Sea is not as big as the outer territory, there are many energy giant mines inside. After countless years of accumulation, there are many energy giant mines here. Some of the giant mines in the outer territory were actually moved away from here at Mount Royal Sea. Of course, we have to come to an agreement with the demons or kill them directly. Otherwise, if we move the giant mines away casually, we can only wait to be hunted down. Zhang Tao had just finished speaking when a figure flew over quickly from afar. Very soon, the figure landed, bowed, and said, "Martial King!" Fang Ping fixed his eyes on him. Then his eyes flickered. An ancient person. The reason why he thought so was because this person's attire was indeed no different from the ancient people. His hair was tied up in a high bun, with a horizontal jade hairpin, a mixed primordial crown on his head, and a Taoist robe. A Taoist powerhouse? A powerhouse from a Taoist sect? Fang Ping recalled immediately. In the world of sects, which Taoist sects were there? Mount Wangu, where Alliance leader Zhao was? The true martial sect located in capital city? But Alliance leader Zhao was no different from a modern person. The old man still had short hair, and he did not wear a Taoist robe. Zhang Tao had no intention of introducing them to everyone. When he saw the person, he smiled and said, "Senior Ma, is there anything unusual here?" "No, no demons have crossed over recently. No one from the restricted area has come either. That's good." As he said that, Zhang Tao said, "I'll hold the fort here. You send them over." "All right." The white-haired Taoist did not say much. He looked at Fang Ping and the others and said, "Follow me." Everyone hurriedly followed him. Zhang Tao stood where he was and did not move. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao's figure had already disappeared. Fang Ping glanced around. He did not see Zhang Tao. The old Taoist in front of him did not seem to have any intention of explaining either. Fang Ping wanted to ask about the situation, but they were not familiar with each other. The old Taoist did not seem to have any intention of talking nonsense either. Fang Ping still held back. It was fine to ask about people he was familiar with. It was best to keep a low profile when it came to powerhouses he was not familiar with. The old Taoist should not be a paragon. Fang Ping roughly estimated that he should be rank 9. As for which level of rank 9 his strength was in, it was hard to tell. In Fang Ping's eyes, rank 9 powerhouses, other than paragon, were actually divided into at least 4 levels. It was not divided into middle, and upper stages. Rank 9 powerhouses did not seem to care too much about middle, and upper stages. According to Fang Ping's understanding, people like Nan Yunyue, Zhang Weiyu, and Alliance leader Zhao belonged to the first level. People like Wu Chuan were more or less in the second level. The third level was close to the combat strength of people like Old Man Li and Wu Quishan. They had the ability to kill some weak rank 9. The fourth level was what everyone called a weak rank 9. They did not have a rank 9 divine weapon. They had only just entered rank 9. Their own path was not clear yet. In this way, Wu Chuan was actually not considered weak. However, Fang Ping knew that Wu Chuan did not have a rank 9 divine weapon. He did not have a rank 9 divine weapon. If he fought with Wu Quishan, he might not be able to win. It could only be said that Wu Chuan's realm was higher and his own combat strength was stronger. They followed the old Taoist and walked forward. The Grand Canyon was really huge. It was not a real canyon. In Fang Ping's eyes, both sides were those kind of boundary walls. They led to the inside of Mount Yuhai, not the mountain wall. They walked for a long time. Everyone's speed was extremely fast, but they still walked for more than half an hour. They had crossed at least tens of li. Along the way, other than the sound of footsteps, there were only the roars of monsters from the depths of both sides. No one spoke. They walked all the way until another boundary wall appeared in front of them. The old Taoist stopped in his tracks. He turned his head to look at everyone and said, "This old Taoist can only send you up to here. Later, you will enter through the opening of the passageway. After you enter, there still are people on the other side. Remember, don't talk nonsense. Don't ask anything. There are restricted area martial artists. Follow our people. Just watch and don't talk along the way. Even if you are provoked by the restricted area martial artists, don't attack." Fang Ping could not hold it in this time. He asked hurriedly, "Will someone provoke us?" Old Zhang had said earlier to let Fang Ping provoke the other party. He would find an opportunity to kill some people. The old Taoist glanced at him and said lightly, "Provoking you doesn't mean attacking. Once you are provoked and attack, the road is filled with restricted area martial artists. If we kill you, then we can only accept it." Humans could provoke the other party. Naturally, the other party could also provoke humans. Whoever attacked first would be killed by the other party's powerhouse. No one could say anything. Fang Ping understood. He nodded and said, "Understood. Can we provoke them then?" "It's best not to, because the other side is the restricted area. People are under the eaves." "Understood." Fang Ping said no more. The old Taoist did not continue either. Very soon, the old Taoist slapped the boundary wall in front of them one palm after another. The boundary wall trembled slightly. After a while, an opening appeared in the boundary wall. The old Taoist said in a low voice, "Going quickly." Fang Ping and the others could see that the old Taoist seemed to be struggling to maintain this opening. Everyone did not delay either. They hurriedly stepped through the opening. After stepping through the boundary wall, there was still no one in front. Fang Ping and the others could only continue walking forward. Just like before, after walking for a long time, they finally saw a figure. In front stood 7 or 8 people, catacombs martial artists. They were all high ranks. Fang Ping and the others looked vigilant. They did not continue forward. In front, those catacombs martial artists blocked the canyon's exit. A powerhouse dressed in golden armor crossed his arms over his chest and said coldly in the catacombs language, "Are these the people? The geniuses who resurrected martial artists?" There was a strong sense of mockery in his tone. Someone said thoughtfully, "Guess how many will survive?" There's still half the survival rate in the past, but this time, 10. Venerable Tong Feng overestimated them. "I guess 5. Ha ha ha, I guess 3. Maybe all of them will die." Fang Ping and the others understood the catacombs language. At this moment, many of them looked furious, but no one said a word. These people opposite them were all high ranks. There were even rank 9s among them. Attacking them would be courting death. At this moment, Fang Ping heard familiar Mandarin. Someone said, "All of you, come with me." Everyone looked toward the direction of the voice. On the left of those catacombs martial artists stood a martial artist in military uniform. He was not one of the rank 9s Fang Ping was familiar with from the military department. It was a rank 9 powerhouse that he was unfamiliar with. Fang Ping was not familiar with him, but Yao Qingjun knew him. He said in a low voice, "I think it's Commander Zhou." "It's Commander Zhou." Du Hong nodded. After confirming the person's identity, he breathed a sigh of relief. He ignored those catacombs martial artists and walked toward the man in military uniform. Humph! Among the catacombs martial artists, someone snorted coldly, staring at the man in military uniform. Commander Zhou did not say a word, nor did he look at them. He waited until Fang Ping and the others came before saying, "Follow me. Don't talk." Everyone did not say a word. They followed Commander Zhou in silence. "I'll kill all of you sooner or later." A catacombs martial artist sneered. His tone was full of anger and provocation. Commander Zhou did not reply. He continued to lead them forward. After walking for a long time, he said, "Don't bother about them. Don't attack before we enter the battlefield. Pretend you didn't hear what they said. Killing people doesn't depend on words." Fang Ping did not say a word. Instead, he looked around. At this moment, they had already left Mount Imperial Sea. Along the way, there was no sign of human habitation. However, monsters were everywhere. In the process of walking, they encountered no less than 100 monsters. Of course, their ranks were not considered high. The battlefield is only 1,000 li ahead. We'll encounter some cities and villages along the way. We won't stop. You guys be careful too. Although the catacombs martial artists won't start a battle of the pinnacle and attack us first, some monsters might attack us. However, some demonic beasts might attack us. Everyone be careful. Chapter 567. Reborn Martial Artists. Kill them. TSK, another group of suicidal people is here. So weak. The land of reborn geniuses are too weak, ha ha ha. Along the way, Fang Ping and the others passed by a small town. The town was not big, and it felt like it was still in an undeveloped stage. Many people wore animal skins and held bone clubs. However, among these people there were rank 5 and 6 martial artists flying in the air, blocking the rank 9's path and mocking them wantonly. This Commander Zhou was not the rank 8 Commander Zhou that Fang Ping knew, but another rank 9. His temper seemed to be a little too good. Even when faced with rank 5 and 6 martial artists blocking the way, he did not say a word and stopped quietly. Not long after, these people would automatically disperse, not really blocking the way all the time. Fang Ping held his breath. When they passed by the small town, he said in a low voice, "Commander, you're a rank 9, why don't you?" Commander Zhou looked up and said lightly, "There are rank 9s following us along the way. I'll remind you for the last time. Don't attack without permission. Even I won't attack without permission. I'm not a paragon." In other words, if he was a paragon, then he could kill these people at will. A paragon must not be insulted. Barren land. Fang Ping complained. The restricted area was indeed like the barren land. They only encountered a small town after a few hundred li, and it was the undeveloped kind. Commander Zhou glanced at him and said in a low voice, "This is just the border area." There was only one rank 7 powerhouse in the small town just now. In the border area, there was one rank 7 in a small town. In fact, one could imagine how many powerhouses there were in the restricted area. After all, the area of the restricted area was more than 6 billion square kilometers. This place was just an insignificant, small piece, the kind that could barely be seen as a black dot on the map. Not long after they flew past the small town, a group of people suddenly came through the flight, step in front of them. There were quite a lot of people, at least 30 people. All of them were rank 6, and there were no high ranks. These people looked very young too. There were both men and women, and their dressing was completely different from the people in the small town. They wore all kinds of luxurious clothing, looking at Fang Ping and the others as if they were looking at barbarians. Someone laughed loudly and said, "Are these the resurrected martial artists who oppose the royal court?" Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. Collecting the head of a resurrected martial artist. I think it must be very interesting. Jiao Mu Huai, leave those women to me. I haven't experienced the feeling of a revived martial artist. I think it might taste good. These people wantonly ridiculed and pointed, treating everyone else as if they were nothing. Fang Ping glanced at them and recognized their identities. People from the monster plant royal court. The 4 royal courts all had their own emblems. This was something Zhang Peng had taught him in the military. The imperial court was huge. The 4 majestic halls covered hundreds of millions of square kilometers of land. The largest, the 10,000 Demon Royal Palace, occupied an area of more than 1 billion square kilometers, comparable to the size of 100 China. In the eyes of these kingdoms' martial artists, the land of rebirth was just a tiny piece of land. However, this small piece of land had given birth to many true king experts. The powerhouses were looking for the seed of rebirth, but these young royal court martial artists did not care. They were more concerned about whether they would have the opportunity to enter the true king level after conquering the land of rebirth. Or perhaps he could kill some revived martial artists and study them to see if there were any mysteries. It was also these people's first time seeing revived martial artists, restricted area martial artists. Unless they had reached rank 9, very few of them would leave the restricted area and go to the outer realm. As for the land of rebirth, it was also their first time going there. They were not familiar with those people from before. And these people were not all of the people from the monster plant royal court who went to the land of rebirth this time. It was just one of the teams. Hearing that revived martial artists had walked here before, these people deliberately made a detour to come and observe. Although they spoke wantonly, these people still paid special attention to some people. A few powerhouses who achieved mentality-vitality fusion were all within their observation range. They did not look at the 2 rank 7s because they were not together. Other than mentality-vitality fusion, they observed peak rank 6. As for Fong Ping and the others, they were directly ignored. They were observing, and so was Fong Ping. 32 people. 9 of them achieved mentality-vitality fusion. 20 of them were peak rank 6. 3 of them were upper stage, and none of them were middle stage. This is just one team, Fong Ping murmured in his heart. In the restricted area, every time martial artists and demons entered the land of rebirth, there were at most 400 to 500 and at least 200 to 300. The 4 royal courts had the most humans and demons, and the rest were people from dynasties and sections. Monster Plant Royal Court and Monster Plant Royal Court accounted for more than half of the people who went. After all, the 2 kings were the founders of these 2 royal courts. Every time the people from the 2 royal courts went, at least 10s, at most hundreds. This time, it seemed like there would really be hundreds of people. These people laughed at them wantonly, probed them wantonly. A few of them who achieved mentality-vitality fusion even used their mentality to probe Fong Ping and the others. Commander Zhou set up a spirit energy barrier and led the team to fly forward without stopping. However, he did not stop their probing, mocking them. After setting up the barrier, Commander Zhou said in a low voice as he hurried along, "Don't be provoked by their actions, and don't think that they are really arrogant and ignorant. These people are genius martial artists from the restricted area. Many of them come from the Paragon sects or clans. They are not those martial artists from the outer domain, and they are not the kind without actual combat experience. In the restricted area, the competition is also very fierce. These people's hands are stained with blood. There are battles between the royal courts and dynasties." Fong Ping nodded, then suddenly laughed. "Interesting, Commander. The weapons they are wearing are divine weapons." Commander Zhou nodded. "It is very interesting. In the past, actually the catacombs martial artists did not wear divine weapons. They have their own ways of forging weapons that are comparable to divine weapons, but recently the restricted area has begun to openly wear divine weapons. In the battles between the royal courts and dynasties, the number of demons killed is not small. When divine weapons are made public, many people immediately have divine weapons in their hands. However, at this point Commander Zhou paused slightly and said, although they are wearing divine weapons, these divine weapons do not come from the other 2 royal courts. Most of them come from the core demons in the wild. Maybe the 4 royal courts have reached some consensus, but it is still unclear and impossible to judge. Actually, this is a good thing. The power of divine weapons will make some people unable to control their desires. Sooner or later, they will forge divine weapons by killing the demons guarding and 10,000 demon royal court. Fong Ping did not say anything. After a while he said, 24. Everyone looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping looked calm. I am going to be rich. Really, I am going to be rich. It does not matter if these fellows laugh at me. They can continue laughing. In short, I am going to be rich. 32 people, 24 divine weapons, going to the king's battleground. Why would I still look for opportunities? Stop joking, I want to kill people. Rank, 6 martial artists are not qualified to keep divine weapons in the Sanjiao Gate. If they die, they will definitely drop divine weapons. Killing these rank SXS is much better than taking a risk, right? Divine weapons are almost like cabbages. Of course, Fong Ping could understand. They are all disciples of the top sections. How could they not have some good stuff? Just like Jiang Chao and the rest. Who does not have some good stuff? Humans need to think more before killing demons. They have fought each other, so the divine weapons they have condensed must be more than humans. Fong Ping should be surprised. Why not 32? Where did those 8 poor bastards come from? They are so poor. How could they be qualified to be called catacombs geniuses? Could it be those poor bastard geniuses from the outer domain? At this moment, Fong Ping was very calm. Even if these people had been following him, pointing at him and laughing wantonly, it didn't matter. It was okay. Fong Ping could not wait for them to keep following him, to follow him to the king's battleground. Once he entered the king's battleground, he would kill them immediately. 24 swords, even if they are all rank 7. Even if they are the lowest level, there will still be 10 billion each. Even if there are no gains, 240 billion in my hands. This is only one batch. If I kill another batch, won't I have trillions of wealth directly? Good place, a really good place. This trip is worth it. At this moment, Fong Ping only had divine weapons and money in his eyes. As for the rest, he did not care. Previously, in order to gain benefits, he even dared to scheme against rank 9s, not to mention these rank access. In terms of understanding, Old Wang and the rest understood Fong Ping better. When Fong Ping said 24 swords, the few of them knew what he meant instantly. Wang Jinyang shook his head slightly. This guy is here again. There are many people who have achieved mentality-vitality fusion here. They are all powerhouses, descendants, and disciples, not rookies. Fong Ping's intentions may not be that simple. However, since they have come to the king's battleground, they can forget about getting along peacefully. At this moment, Old Wang also had his eyes on these divine weapons. And Mayu is poor. Too poor. So poor that they do not even have a single divine weapon. Although there are no grandmasters in their families, divine weapons are valuable. In Nanjiang, even Zhang Ding Nan does not have a divine weapon. If he could get one, it would be good to give Zhang Dingnan one. Also, the few peak rank 6 martial artists in NMAU are now provided with divine fruit by the government. If they seize more divine weapons, they might be able to exchange them for more good stuff to enhance their strength. Both of them have their eyes on them. Li Hansong and Yao Chungjun have their eyes on them too. Everyone is poor. There is still a group of people crying piteously for food behind them. Li Yiming and the others from the military department have a good family background. The families in Star City have a good family background too. They do not care, they do not feel anything. However, these few people are really close to swallowing their saliva. The king's battleground, the Holy Land. A few martial arts university students are like hungry wolves. They do not show it, but each of them lowered their heads, their eyes glowing fiercely. Previously, when the military department said to kill the catacombs geniuses, they did not feel anything. Whether to kill or not, it depends on the situation. But now they must kill. The protectors and 10,000 demon royal court do not care about them. If the demons are not rank 7, killing them will not do them much good. However, the monster plants and monster life royal court must have a large number of divine weapons. They must kill a large group. Commander Zhou glanced at the few martial arts university students. In the crowd, Du Hong also glanced at them. The others still looked ignorant. Even Li Yiming did not feel anything. At this moment, he is provoking the catacombs' martial artists. Fang Ping has no intention of provoking them. Keeping a low profile is the only way to get rich. Just ignore me. The few martial arts university students have the same mentality at this moment. They are all like hungry wolves, jealous but not showing it. Each of them is frighteningly low-key. This time, even Jiang Chao is a little surprised. Fang Ping can even tolerate this. He glanced at Fang Ping from the corner of his eye and saw that he seems to be eating. Jiang Chao looked for a while more, and his expression changed. Oh my God, this guy is swallowing his saliva? F***CK. This. What is he trying to do? He looked at Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, Yao Qingjun at the side. Fatty shuddered and said softly, that. Safety first, safety first. Jiang Chao regretted it. He did not want to follow. What are these guys doing? Do you guys have to act so thirsty? Fang Ping raised his head, glanced at him, and said calmly, Fatty, seriously, it's better not to follow us. The few of us are barefooted, you know. They need money, but I need to feed my family. There's a big family in MCMAU. Jiang Chao wanted to cry. What should I do? Are you confident? I don't know. We'll see. Jiang Chao fell silent. He did not say if he should continue to follow these guys. After another 2 to 3 hours, those people no longer followed them and disappeared. In front of them, a scorched land appeared. Rumble. As soon as Fang Ping and the others stepped into this scorched land, they heard a rumble. It was not the martial artists attacking, but it came from the sky. High up in the sky, waves of restless energy were erupting, squeezing, colliding, and exploding. Commander Zhou did not use the flight step anymore. He landed on the ground and looked around vigilantly. He said, This is the periphery of the Imperial battleground. We haven't officially entered yet. However, the energy here is extremely violent. There are also monsters here that have no rationality and are extremely crazy. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch. A monster that had just leaped out in front of him was blasted into a pulp. There's a boundary wall 30 li ahead. It's a boundary wall that covers the entire Imperial battleground. The Imperial battleground is huge. This boundary wall is not made by the catacombs' martial artists themselves. It can't be said to be a pure boundary wall either. Instead, it's a solidified product formed by the interweaving mentality of too many people who have died. The purpose of this boundary wall is to protect the dead. No one wants to be skinned and torn apart after they die. Therefore, before they die, the obsession of the dead forms this boundary wall that covers the entire Imperial battleground. This is just outside the boundary wall. You should know that the origin path is chaotic within the boundary wall. We can't enter. Therefore, after you enter, you can only rely on yourselves. On one hand, we can't enter. On the other hand, even if there are rank 7 and 8 martial artists who enter, they can't. This is because, at the entrance, both parties are supervising each other. On our side, apart from me, the other 5 parties each have a rank 9. A total of 6 rank 9s are watching over here. On the catacombs side, there are more than 20. Even if we want to enter, we can't do anything. Fang Ping said softly, The catacombs martial artists won't have powerhouses enter the rank 6 area, will they? No, this is the rule set by Pinnacle. They won't dare to violate it. Then I'm relieved. After talking for a while, Commander Zhou took action and killed many monsters. There were even rank 7 monsters that rebelled. They disregarded the threat of the rank 9 and charged straight at them. The monsters here were affected by the chaotic aura. They were all delirious, even if they had reached rank 7. Although Commander Zhou killed this level 7 demon beast, he didn't skin it and break its bones. Instead, he warned the others, Don't eat anything when you get inside. As for the corpses of demon beasts, you can eat the demons from the demon royal court you killed. But don't eat the original ones. Because they live here, they are greatly affected. If you eat them, you might be affected too. As for the heart and brain cores, these monsters are more insane. They will shatter themselves when they die. Therefore, try not to fight with the original demons inside. It won't do you any good." Everyone nodded. This point was actually mentioned before, but everyone did not have a clear understanding of it. Now they knew. After walking for a while, Fang Ping saw a boundary wall that connected heaven and earth. Below the boundary wall, there was nothing but an exceptionally gorgeous palace that was out of place. The palace building was huge. At this moment, many people could be seen flying around in the sky above the building. Jiang Chao looked surprised. "We have a base like this here." Fang Ping was speechless. "Are you blind?" Commander Zhou did not know whether to laugh or cry. He gestured to everyone and looked at a high platform made of boulders near the palace, saying, "That's our territory." At this moment, there were people on the boulder platform too. A few powerhouses stood still on the spot, ignoring the frolicking in the palace. Among these powerhouses, some were dressed like monks. They should be from the ancient Buddha sacred land. Some were dressed like pharaohs. They should be from the Wanta world. Each of the 6 major forces had a rank 9 guarding this place. Commander Zhou did not stay here permanently. Sometimes the rank 9s from Polaris City would guard this place. Ignoring the situation in the palace, Commander Zhou led everyone toward the boulder platform. As soon as everyone arrived, Rosas and the rest greeted these rank 9 powerhouses one after another. They were obviously familiar with each other. After chatting for a while, the rank 9 who was dressed like a monk suddenly looked at Fang Ping and said lightly, "Is this the one who chopped off Tuoman's limbs?" Commander Zhou frowned slightly. "Varna, this is a restricted area." The monk did not say much. He patted Tuoman lightly. Tuoman was his descendant, the most outstanding descendant. However, he was defeated by a rank 6 martial artist in the youth competition. This was a huge blow to Tuoman. Even when he saw him, he did not have the vigor he used to have. This rank 7 martial artist was not even 30 years old this year. Fang Ping did not say a word at this moment. He was extremely low-key. It could not be helped. In this place he was very vigilant. Each of the other 5 clans had a rank 9. In the palace next to them, there were a lot of catacombs rank 9s. In Sino Nation, the only rank 9 Commander Zhou was not very familiar with him. In this place it was necessary to act like a coward. Fang Ping did not think that if this rank 9 monk killed him, Commander Zhou would start a war with the other party here. Even if someone came to find trouble with him after he went out, he would be dead. Why would he care if others took revenge or not? However, if this monk dared to talk nonsense again, Fang Ping decided that when they reached the inner part of the sacred land of ancient Buddha, he would slaughter everyone from the ancient Buddha sacred land. Fortunately, the rank 9 monk did not continue to say anything. Fang Ping felt that Buchuoi and the rest had escaped with their lives. Next, he was not interested in purposely slaughtering these guys. It was meaningless. The monk did not speak again. Commander Zhou said, "The entrance is over there." As he said that, he pointed to the front where the palace gate was. "The entrance is over there. We won't enter now. We have to wait for people from other places to arrive before we go in separately. This entrance is always open. Every 3 years, each party will decide on the quota. After that, you can enter at will. There are people inside now. Of course, you don't have to care about them. They could be the group from 3 years ago or 6 years ago. After so many years, they haven't broken through, which means they are not very good. They are all rank 6 martial artists inside. Once a rank 7 martial artist breaks through, it's fine if they don't come out. Once they come out, they won't enter the rank 6 area again. Instead, they will enter the rank 7 area. The entrance is also over there, but the area you will enter is different." Fang Ping said, "Are there still human martial artists in the rank 6 area?" Commander Zhou shook his head, saying in a low voice, "There won't be. There are only 30 people in 3 years. In the early stage, many will die. The rest have almost all broken through. In 3 years, even if there are some who really can't break through, they won't enter again. There are martial artists from the catacombs inside. It's too dangerous for a single person to enter alone. There were not many humans to begin with. The mortality rate was the highest when entering for the first time. It was normal for half of them to die. The remaining people might not be able to break through to rank 7, but after 3 years, they would more or less achieve it. What about the rank 7 area? Yes, and there are quite a lot of them. Commander Zhou nodded. Right now, there are 64 rank 7 martial artists from each party in the rank 7 area. There were about 10 people on each side, and almost all of them were from the Holy Land. Fang Ping asked some more questions, including how to get out. The land of the martial kings was known to change its terrain frequently. Fang Ping was really afraid that he would not be able to get out. In fact, it was very simple. The exit was the only place in the land of the martial kings where the energy was not chaotic. No matter how the terrain changed, as long as one walked along the place where the energy was calm, one would be able to reach the exit. As he asked, the number of martial artists in the palace next to him increased. Not only martial artists, but Fang Ping also saw some monsters and monster plants. Fang Ping knew that there were monsters coming from the 2 demon royal halls. But to be honest, he had always thought that monsters below the high rank had no intelligence. However, when a group of tree-like monster plants walked past him in a formation, Fang Ping said in surprise, "They have intelligence." Yes, Commander Zhou said in a low voice. In general, monsters below the high rank have no intelligence, but these monsters do because they are usually born from the Peak Demon clan. As he spoke, a few powerhouses in golden armor suddenly shouted from the palace, "All parties have arrived. Let's enter." Commander Zhou said quickly, "Go, let's go." Oh, right, when entering, the interval between each team is half an hour. After entering, all of you leave immediately. Don't stay at the entrance. What if they intercept and kill us at the entrance? They won't, because we're the first to enter. That's good. Because we're the weakest. Among the few rank 9s, someone said faintly. This was because the catacombs' powerhouses were certain that humans would not dare to intercept and kill their people at the entrance. There was no other reason. After the humans entered, they would be followed by the martial artists from the 4 royal halls and the demon clan. The number of people from each clan was a few times more than the humans. If they had the guts, they could intercept and kill them. For so many years, something like this had never happened. For example, the team Fang Ping saw earlier was only a portion of the people from the monster plant's royal court. Even so, there were 9 people who had mentality vitality. They did not enter in batches, but the royal halls entered together. There were probably more than 20 to 30 people who had mentality vitality, who would dare to intercept and kill them. If they really wanted to kill them, they would have to wait until the later stage when they were separated. Fang Ping and the others did not ask anymore. They had arrived at the entrance. Some of those catacombs' martial artists and demons looked at them and sneered. Some ignored them directly, and some stared at the people from the other royal halls, completely ignoring them. There were also some who were a little curious because most of them had never seen a resurrected martial artist before. Commander Zhou did not care about these people. Finally, he exhorted, "Remember, once you break through or feel that you can break through, come out immediately. We'll escort you out. Don't stay inside for too long." Understood. Everyone responded one after another. 2 rank 7s followed another rank 9, going to an entrance at the side. There were also many catacombs rank 7 martial artists there. Fang Ping, who was mixed in the crowd, was looking around at this moment, his body trembling slightly. So many people. The demons did not care about it. The catacombs' human martial artists were close to 400 people, divided into many teams. More people meant more money. Fang Ping swept his gaze across. With his eyesight, with just a glance, he realized that most of the people from the royal halls were equipped with divine weapons. In some teams, there were fewer divine weapons, but a small half of them were also equipped with divine weapons. 200, Fong Ping was really trembling. Mother ***, this was an incomparably huge treasure trove. How many divine weapons were there in the entire Sino nation? Fong Ping might have 5 or 6 at a time, but there were about 500 high-rank people in Sino nation, and definitely less than 1/3 of them had divine weapons. In other words, there were more divine weapons here than in the entire Sino nation. I'm rich. Fong Ping was screaming in his heart that he was rich. Not far away, some people sneered. Look, that martial artist from the Land of Rebirth was actually trembling in fear. However, it was not surprising. Was it not normal for an upper-stage martial artist to tremble in fear? Here, there were hundreds of martial artists who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. It was already good enough that an upper-stage martial artist did not faint from fear. In the catacombs, there were middle-stage, rank SXS, but there were only about 5 or 6 teams of close to 400 people. Such a ratio was so small that it was almost negligible. Chapter 568. At the entrance. The entrance passage appeared to be somewhat deep and serene, not like a thin layer of boundary wall. On the catacomb side, a powerhouse clad in golden armor looked toward Fong Ping's direction and shouted, "Quick! Go in quickly!" The other party was very rude and impatient. It was the true king's decision to allow martial artists from the Land of Rebirth to enter the Land of Kings. However, it did not mean that everyone had no objections. Some catacombs martial artists were extremely dissatisfied with this. They felt that letting the resurrected martial artists enter the king's battlefield was a stain to the two kings. The golden-armored powerhouse was one of them. When he scolded, he completely ignored the 6th-rank 9 humans. In this place, they were already in the Forbidden Zone, surrounded by the Monster Plant Royal Court and the Monster Life Royal Court. What could a mere 6th, 9th grade martial artist do? The Demon Plants and Demon Life Royal Court. The Royal Court ruled over the entire territory, and under the Royal Court, there were also some empires. The masters of the empires were all at the absolute peak, and only those with absolute experts were empires. Apart from that, there were also many true monarch territories under their jurisdiction. Only the regions with absolute existences were directly under the jurisdiction of the royal court. Only those were called true monarch territories. There were many true kings in the royal court, so why would they care about a few weak 9th ranks? Ignoring the golden-armored man, Commander Zhou looked at the crowd, nodded slightly, and said, "Let's go in." Then Commander Zhou said in a deep voice, "Remember, you can't have a future until you're alive." Everyone nodded and started walking toward the entrance. On both sides, some young catacombs martial artists were crossing their arms in front of their chests. Some of them were bursting with vigor. Looking at the human martial artists passing by, they laughed out loud and said, "Run faster once you're inside and hide well. Remember to help us open up more ruins. Resurrected martial artists, if you don't want to die, you can join us and scout for us." Among these martial artists, some were laughing at them, some were ignoring them. They did not even look at Fong Ping and the others. In the crowd, some experts dressed in luxurious clothes only looked at each other and the geniuses of the royal courts. They did not pay much attention to the humans. It was a fact that there were many strong humans. It was also a fact that humans had resisted the Monster Plants royal court for many years and even killed countless people from the Monster Plants royal court. Among humans, however, there were not many geniuses who could perform like a monster at rank 6. In the Forbidden Zone, there had never been any shocking human prodigies in the past few years. However, some people had heard of the legends of the 2 human powerhouses, the Netherworld King and the Martial King. Among the crowd, there were a few catacombs geniuses who stood in midair, standing even higher than the rank 9s. Just as Fong Ping and the others were about to enter, a young man who looked extremely young but had a dignified expression suddenly said, "Are there any descendants of the Hell King and the Martial King in this batch?" As soon as these words came out, the crowd that had been laughing nonstop quieted down. Li Yiming instantly stopped, turned his head, and sneered. "I, your grandfather, am the grandson of the Nether King. Grandson, are you calling me?" Li Yiming spoke in Mandarin. He had no intention of communicating in the catacombs language. However, the luxurious youth understood. Among the catacombs powerhouses, there were many who understood the human language. Hearing Li Yiming's words, many young experts floating in the air looked at him. The luxuriously dressed young man who asked the question earlier wasn't angry. A faint smile appeared on his face as he slowly said, "The second generation of the Nether King's bloodline. The Nether King is very strong, but unfortunately, the direct bloodline is actually so weak. You have the right to know my name. Feng Extermination. Remember, the person who will kill you can only be me." As soon as he finished speaking, the luxuriously dressed young man looked around and said majestically, "He is mine." As soon as these words came out, a large number of monster plants, royal court, powerhouses, laughed one after another. Someone said loudly, "Since Prince Feng has taken a fancy to him, we will leave him for Prince Feng." These people were still talking nonsense. Fang Ping, on the other hand, glanced at the luxuriously dressed young man and then walked toward the entrance. Li Yiming wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw that Fang Ping and the others had already left, he snorted and walked forward. As the second generation of the Nether King's bloodline, even these people in the restricted area did not have a more distinguished status than him. Paragon powerhouses were easily thousands of years old and had countless descendants. A direct bloodline of the Paragon's third generation, like him, would have a respected status, no matter where he was. Inside the entrance passage, Li Yiming followed in, cursing, "This guy, I'll kill him when I get back. Prince, seems like he's also the most direct descendant of the Paragon. If I kill one, even the Paragon will feel heartache." Not every Paragon's son or daughter could be called Prince. This was an honorific title. The Paragon's bloodline would not be too thin. They would also be very strong and talented, which was why they could be crowned Prince. That Feng Yeshing was also one of the few powerhouses from the monster plant's royal court who looked extremely threatening at first glance. As soon as Li Yiming finished speaking, Jiang Chao chuckled and said, "Save it. Are you a match for him?" Li Yiming's ability was not weak. Peak rank 6. He should be achieving mentality-vitality fusion soon. He also had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. If he really fought with Du Hong, he might not lose. However, Du Hong might not be a match for that person just now. Among everyone present, the only one who had the confidence to defeat Feng Yeshing was probably Fang Ping. Even Yao Qingjun might not be able to do so. Li Yiming snorted. "Do you think I'm you? If that guy really dares to fight me one-on-one, then let's see what happens." As he said that, Li Yiming suddenly stopped talking, looking at the few martial arts university students in front of him with some surprise. These guys were so quiet. This guy Fang Ping was a chatterbox. He was curious about everything and wanted to ask about everything. From the moment he came in, he had been chasing Zhang Tao with questions. After he was done, Zhang Tao would ask Commander Zhou. In short, he had never stopped talking. Now, however, it was eerily quiet. Li Yiming glanced at them, slightly displeased. He muttered, "Is there a need to be afraid of them? This group of bastards is only relying on their numbers. Otherwise, I would have hacked them to death long ago." People like Fang Ping and the others were brave and ruthless among humans. In the end, when they came to the catacombs, they did not even say a word of rebuttal until now. This made Li Yiming feel a little uncomfortable. Some people were like this. Behind closed doors, they were unbelievably fierce to their own family members. But outside, they became cowards. Not only did this kind of people exist, but there were also many of them. To put it bluntly, they were tyrannical at home. Fang Ping and the others still did not say a word. Du Hong glanced at Li Yiming and shook his head, slightly. "Speak less." Seeing that, Li Yiming did not say anything else. Instead, Rose, who was beside him, said, General Du, there are many powerhouses in the catacombs. This time, do you want to act together? This year, there seemed to be more catacombs martial artists. In previous years, when the catacombs were at their lowest, there were only 200 to 300 people. This year, there were close to 400 martial artists and close to 200 demons. There were too many people like this. There were only 30 humans, and they were even divided into 6 parties. In previous years, there were times when everyone worked together and times when they acted separately. This time, Rose felt that there was still a need to work together. Du Hong replied, "Sure, but when we act together, you must listen to our orders. If you can do it, then do it together. If not, then split up." Rose chuckled softly. "Of course, I understand that." As they spoke, their bodies suddenly froze. Su Zissou, who was the weakest among them, could not help but take a step back. With a look of shock, she said, "What a chaotic energy flow!" At this moment, they had already stepped out of the entrance passageway. As soon as they entered the arena, everyone felt an incomparably powerful and chaotic energy flow. The people who had just arrived were not used to the chaotic energy tide. The impact caused Su Zissou to take a step back. Even if she was not prepared, it was obvious. Du Hong wanted to say something, but the next moment he could not speak. In front of them, Fong Ping and the others also quickly sized up their surroundings. In the arena, it was gray and hazy. The air seemed to carry the smell of smoke and fire. They could not see too far. The giant sun in the sky seemed a little blurry, blocked by layers of chaotic energy flow. After a brief glance, Fong Ping and the others walked toward the left side of the entrance. Wang Jinyang and the others did not say a word. Following them, they seemed to be surveying the environment. Du Hong even saw Fong Ping digging on the ground. He did not know if he was surveying the ground. Seeing that they were walking further and further away, Du Hong could not help but ask, "General Fong, are you guys going to act separately from us?" Fong Ping tilted his head and glanced at him. He nodded. "Yes, General, do bring the others, and leave first. Half an hour is not too long. The people behind will be coming in soon. Then you guys will meet again if fate allows it. General Fong." "Fong Ping, are you guys really going to act alone? This time, the strength of the catacombs is stronger than before." Li Yiming also said a sentence, and then he could not continue. Fong Ping was currently digging. After a while, he seemed to be dissatisfied and stopped. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other. Su Zissou whispered, "What are they doing?" Jiang Chao, who was standing at the side, changed his expression again and again. What else could they do? They were looking for a suitable ambush point. Could they not see that? These guys were really crazy. They were actually planning to ambush those people at the entrance. Did they not want their lives? Jiang Chao could see it. Naturally, Du Hong could see it too. His expression changed drastically. He walked over hurriedly and said with a serious expression, "General Fong, are you guys planning to ambush them here?" "The people from the Monster Plant's King Court will enter next." I took a look. They have a total of about 120 people this time. There are more than 30 of them at the Mentality Vitality Unity realm. General Fong, even if you have any plans or ideas, you can wait until they're separated before you act. Fong Ping nodded. "I know. I'm no match for 30 Mentality Vitality Unity experts if I were to fight with my life on the line. General Du, I value my life more than you do." "All right, let's cut the crap. There's not much time left. You still have the heavy responsibility of protecting the others. Leave quickly. This is not a place to stay for long. If you don't leave now, you'll be in danger. But you guys, we have our own life-saving measures. General Du, you should leave first." Du Hong's expression changed again. Were they really going to ambush those people? Merely 4 people wanted to ambush a rank. 6 team of more than 100 people? Du Hong looked back at Su Zissou and the rest, then at Fong Ping and the rest who looked calm. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't seek your own death. Take care. Fang Ping. It's better to be useful later than to die in vain now. You're Sino Nation's most outstanding prodigy. Losing you here is Sino Nation's loss. Thank you for the compliment. General, do I know what I'm doing? Du Hong let out a long sigh. Without another word, he looked at the others and shouted, "Let's go!" "General!" someone in the team could not help but shout. Du Hong said sternly, "Go." He could not bring these people here to die with Fang Ping and the rest. He had his mission. Fang Ping did not listen to his advice. He could only bring them away first. Luo Sais and the rest could not help but look at the calm Fang Ping and the rest. A moment later, the crowd sighed and followed Du Hong forward. Du Hong took a few steps and turned back to look at Jiang Chao, who was at a loss. He shouted, "Go! Do you want to stay here and die?" But Jiang Chao wanted to cry. "I've already paid for my life. What's going on now? Should I leave or stay?" But 4 people. These lunatics want to kill 100 people. They're crazy. If I stay here, the chances of me getting hacked to death are sky high. I can't live like this anymore. Jiang Chao. In the crowd, Zheng Nanqi glanced at Fang Ping, then at Jiang Chao, saying in a low voice, "Go. Do you want Grandpa Jiang to see him die?" Jiang Chao." Jiang Chao looked helpless. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Go on your own. Don't worry about me. I'm not going with you. You. Enough with you and you. Let's go." Seeing this, Du Hong's expression turned sour. He did not say a word and quickly walked away into the distance. "Take care." Li Fei and the rest saluted Fang Ping and the rest. Their gazes were complicated. They felt that these people were really crazy. Why did they suddenly want to ambush others at the entrance? And Jiang Chao, he was also an idiot. He must be crazy. These people were courting death, and you're courting death too? They left. They left very quickly. Jiang Chao did not leave. Fang Ping looked at him in surprise. Before he could say anything, Jiang Chao said hurriedly, "If you need help, I can stay for 20 minutes. I'll use the remaining minutes to run. Fang Ping, if you're not dead, I'll come back. If you're dead, then I won't come back. If you're really dead, remember to turn off the main component of the mother-child sensor. As soon as you turn it off, I'll know you're dead. I'll throw the component and run immediately." As soon as he said that, Fang Ping choked back the words he was about to say. F***CK, this fatty was really realistic and smart. Fang Ping had nothing to say and could not be bothered with him anymore. He looked at Old Wang and the rest and said, "If we ambush them here, we might be able to kill some of them, but we definitely won't be able to kill them all. Should we ambush them here or follow them and kill them one by one? The king's battleground is huge. That's not the key. Once they're separated, some rank 7 martial artists will be born very soon." Wang Jinyang also said, "Quickly, they've just entered. There are no rank 7 martial artists yet. But as time passes, there are hundreds of them at Mentality Vitality Unity. Some of them are waiting for a chance to break through after entering. Once they enter for more than a day, a batch of rank 7 martial artists will definitely appear. So, it's still necessary to kill some people here." Li Hansong also said hurriedly, "Fang Ping, can we use energy ores to kill a group of people?" Fang Ping shook his head. "This isn't a mineral vein. Although the energy here is rich and chaotic, it's not concentrated enough. Only the energy ores will be blown up. The power won't be too great. It won't kill a rank 6. He had blown up the royal city before because the royal city itself had a huge mine. The explosion of his energy ores was just a prelude. Hoping to use energy ores to kill the other party? Keep dreaming. Moreover, Fang Ping did not bring that many." Yao Chungjun pondered for a moment, saying, "Both you and I can materialize our mentality. Your mentality can also self-destruct. The moment they come out, you self-destruct your mentality. I'll use mentality to shock them. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong will work together to kill them. In that instant, killing some of those below mentality vitality unity won't be a problem. Some of them have mentality isolation accessories. Then, at this moment, Fong Ping suddenly said, "Are there monsters nearby?" "There are some mindless monsters in the king's battleground." Beside him, Jiang Chao listened to them and said immediately, "But these monsters are not in their right mind. If we lure them here, they won't be able to distinguish between friend and foe. They'll attack us together too." Fong Ping pondered for a moment, saying quickly, "Lure the monsters here, create chaos and massacre. Before that, I'll self-destruct my mentality. Old Yao, use your mentality to shock some people and let the monsters kill a group of people. After killing a group, we'll go out and kill people, but we'll be discovered even if we hide." Fong Ping glanced at Jiang Chao, ignoring him, continuing, "We'll hide first. When we go out, if the monsters are killed, then forget it. If not, we'll use the peerless monster's feces to scare these monsters away. That way, we won't be attacked too. Everyone, remember, our mission isn't to kill people." Li Hansong understood. "I know. Kill the upper stage rank, 6 with divine weapons first, then peak, and finally those with mentality vitality unity. If they don't have divine weapons, don't kill them unless it's absolutely necessary." Yao Chengjun also said, "Don't fight powerhouses like Feng Extermination who have mentality vitality unity. Kill the weaker ones first. As for these powerhouses, we'll slowly grind them to death." Fong Ping nodded. After some calculations, he brought old Yao and the others along. The 3 of them concealed their auras. 10 million wealth per minute. As for Jiang Chao, this fellow would run away later anyway. Fong Ping could not be bothered with him. However, since Fatty wanted to help, Fong Ping did not mind ordering him around. He said, "Quickly, Jiang Chao, dig a hole underground here." "Forget it. You're not familiar with this job. Ironhead, you do it. Remember, dig a spot where the 4 of us can ambush. Be discreet. Old Yao, your mentality is strong. Go scout around and see if there are any monsters. Lure some over. Remember, lure them over after 20 minutes. It's best if they're of high ranks. If you can't do it, come back and inform me. I'll lure them over. Old Wang, change direction and see if anyone else is coming. There are catacombs martial artists here too. Don't let them ruin our plans. Also, find a way to escape quickly. We'll only ambush them, kill a group of people, and get a batch of divine weapons. We must end the battle within 5 minutes and leave this place quickly." "Oh, right. Don't go to General Du and the others. Change direction." Fong Ping made the arrangements quickly. The others did not say much either. Soon they began to move. Jiang Chao was a little excited, but also a little dejected. He asked hurriedly, "Fong Ping, what about me?" "You?" Fong Ping frowned. "You better leave immediately. To be honest, there's no point for you to stay here. But forget it. You help Ironhead dig the hole." Fong Ping was too lazy to say more, but he still reminded him, "Leave in 15 minutes. Don't give us more trouble. Don't worry. If there's a problem, the main item won't be activated. If there's no problem, I'll contact you again if there's a chance." Jiang Chao heard that and did not say anything else. He followed Li Hansong excitedly to dig the hole. As for how Fong Ping could hide everyone's vitality fluctuations, after thinking about it, Jiang Chao felt that it was not difficult. Fong Ping's mentality was strong. Those whose mentality did not surpass his would not be able to discover them. As for Fong Ping, he did not leave. He stood on the spot and glanced at the entrance. The entrance might not seem long, but it was like 2 different worlds. He knew nothing about the situation on the other side. He could not see the people on the other side, nor could he sense the aura on the other side. After crossing the boundary wall, it was like crossing into another world, isolated from the other side. "This is good too," Fong Ping nodded slightly. This way, the people on the other side would not know what was happening. At the entrance passage, Fong Ping pondered for a moment. Suddenly, Sun City appeared. After that, Fong Ping began to replenish his mentality continuously, materializing those buildings. He wanted to cover the area around the entrance. Now that the people on the other side had not come, it gave him time to prepare. He could wholeheartedly set up the trap. The small city was used to trap people, to prevent those people from scattering and leaving. It was also used to destroy the enemy. In the air, Fong Ping condensed a blood-red sun, then another blood-red sun, not only the blood-red sun. Fong Ping also filled it with a large amount of celestiality. Kill the people of the monster plant's royal court. Kill these geniuses. Kill these prodigies. Let their generation of geniuses end. I, Fong Ping, will wholeheartedly serve humanity. Even if I die, I won't regret it. At this moment, Fong Ping's expression was solemn, his gaze determined. Everything for humanity. For humanity. The four of us from MAU have ambushed more than 100 royal court powerhouses. More than 30 people have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. If we can really exterminate this group of people, it's equivalent to eliminating at least 100 high ranks. These people, in the next 1 or 2 years, if they do not die, almost all of them can achieve high ranks. The huge royal court covered hundreds of millions of square kilometers. There were only enough people below 30 years old to gather these people. Exterminating them would be a great contribution to humanity. Perhaps they could even exterminate the future peak-level seedlings. This merit was simply much greater than blowing up a royal city. For a moment, even Fong Ping himself was touched. Human martial artists, Sino-Nation martial artists, and Yu martial artists, how selfless they were. Not far away, Jiang Chao, who was learning how to dig holes from Li Hansong, saw Fong Ping with his hands behind his back, a worried expression on his face. He said in a low voice, "Old Li, other than us, there are no outsiders here. If he acts like this, no one will see." Li Hansong shot him a look, humphed softly, and said, "He's not acting." Fong Ping is the leader of Sino-Nation's martial arts. He may have selfish motives, but more than that, it's for the public. He doesn't lack divine weapons. He doesn't lack cultivation resources. He doesn't lack anything. Even if he came to the battlefield this time, it's not for himself. Otherwise, he would be able to achieve rank 7 in no time. He's different from you guys. Don't look at him with your own eyes. Jiang Chao looked at him suspiciously and said in a low voice, You're serious?" "Of course. Old Li, do you admire him that much?" "It's not admiration, it's respect." Li Hansong said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense and dig quickly. If you're not digging, then scram. Hurry up." Jiang Chao shook his big head. Mother asterisk her, he just felt that this group of people was a little crazy. 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, he would definitely run far away. These guys, after entering the catacombs, had gone crazy. Jiang Chao was a little scared. Chapter 569. Meanwhile, Mount Imperial Sea. Jiang Tao sat on the peak of a tall mountain, gazing at the smoky land thousands of miles away. His eyes were like the sun and moon. Black spatial rifts would occasionally slash across his torso, leaving behind a trail of blood. Opposite him, in the void, a figure stood proudly and said playfully, "King Wu, I heard that the grandson of the Nether King is participating this time. It's a pity that I couldn't kill your grandson 6 years ago. This time, I don't think I can go back." Jiang Tao remained silent. The figure in the air smiled again and said, "King Wu, it's so boring to just wait here. Do you want to play something interesting?" Jiang Tao looked at him and said faintly, "How about betting your life?" The figure on the other side froze. Jiang Tao's eyes were deep as he said with a mocking tone, "Why don't we have a fight to liven things up?" "King Wu, there's no point in saying all this." The person opposite him chuckled and shook his head. "Even if I really bet with you, would you dare? It doesn't matter if this king dies here, but what about you?" "I won't die." "Ha ha ha." The person on the other side laughed, no longer dwelling on this matter, and said, "Since we have nothing to do anyway, Don't you people find it boring to be stuck here all the time? It's rare for us to have free time, since it's only once every 3 years. Let's forget about it. Let's see how the youngsters perform. Zhang Tao said directly, if you want to play, sure. Let's bet on which side has more survivors. How about it? Zhang Tao continued, do you dare? The shadow on the other side smiled faintly and said, don't bet on others. Just bet on the people of my monster plant royal court. The monster plant royal court had 128 people that entered this time. Apart from the monster life royal court, the other factions were not worth mentioning. Betting on the ratio. In the past, the monster plant royal court's survival ratio was more than 70%. Could humans do it? Out of 30 people, only 20 could survive? Not to mention this batch, even when there were fewer people, not so many humans could survive. 50% was the normal ratio. The look in Zhang Tao's eyes deepened. He said calmly, sure. Duke Huai, what do you want to bet? If I win, make way and let me explore the land of rebirth. You're courting death. In the next moment, Zhang Tao's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared coldly at the other party. King Huai did not seem to mind. He chuckled and said, don't worry, this king will not kill indiscriminately. Zhang Tao ignored him. When one entered the absolute peak realm, sometimes things would be completely messed up. A peerless powerhouse had entered Earth. Even if Earth was guarded by a peerless powerhouse, he was not afraid of death and could destroy the entire China. This was a bet that he could not afford to take, and he would not take. Fine. King Huai chuckled and said, then let's bet on your ultimate technique. How about it? Zhang Tao looked at him and said slowly, can you afford it? The ultimate skill of a peerless expert was of great importance. Li Zhen had offered 100 billion to sell it to Fang Ping. That was really equivalent to giving it to him, not for money. Ultimate source martial arts were related to the origin path of the absolute peak. The absolute peak might not even impart it to their descendants. Many of the apex descendants of Suppressing Star City had only learned superficial knowledge and not the true ultimate arts. Zhang Tao's ultimate skill involved his path. If the catacombs powerhouses studied it thoroughly, they might be able to find the flaws in his path and kill Zhang Tao easily. Lord Huai chuckled and said, my territory borders 2 outer realms. So what if I let you have it? Zhang Tao remained silent. Not enough. The 4 outer domains. Not enough. Lord Huai's voice turned cold, and he sneered. King Wu, you overestimate yourself. Zhang Tao was still silent. Seeing this, Lord Huai suddenly laughed and said, I don't want your ultimate skill. Just let Heavenly King subduing provide me with a wisp of origin chi. Don't worry, it's just a wisp of origin chi. It won't let Heavenly King subduing's origin path leak. Zhang Tao looked at him coldly. After a long time he said, you still haven't given up. What's the harm in trying? Lord Huai smiled faintly. Heavenly King subduing himself won't enter, but he won't let others enter either. What's the logic behind that? What's more, when Netherworld King first entered, didn't Heavenly King subduing act like a blind man? Why do you have to deceive yourself? Zhang Tao fell silent again. Lord Huai smiled faintly. 1 domain. As long as you don't make a move, you can do whatever you want. You can gather everyone below the true king level and enter in exchange for a wisp of origin chi. Something else. Zhang Tao shook his head. He would not make a decision for the Li family's elder ancestor. At this moment, a figure appeared. The next moment, the figure said, I agree on behalf of my elder ancestor. Netherworld King. Lord Huai's expression was solemn. He smiled and said, Netherworld King, I will naturally trust you. However, don't use your origin chi to make up for it. I want Heavenly King subduings. Of course. Very well then. Lord Huai laughed and instantly disappeared from the spot. As soon as he left, Zhang Tao looked at Li Zhen and frowned slightly. Why did you agree? Why not? Li Zhen looked into the distance and smiled faintly. It's just a wisp of origin chi. Besides, we might not lose. If we can destroy another cave, it will also reduce the pressure on us. He's up to no good. He didn't say that the palace won't send people, I know. Li Zhen said calmly. Even if the palace sends people, it won't be unlimited. Which cave to choose will depend on the situation. If it really comes to a critical moment and we launch an even larger battle to pacify a cave, some casualties will be inevitable. There aren't many divine generals under Lord Huai's command. After that, Li Zhen said again, Yiming and the others, I don't know if they can return safely. Zhang Tao did not speak. Li Zhen glanced at him and smiled again. Those from martial arts universities, what do you think? Don't ask about the past, just look at the present. Zhang Tao, Feng Ping has a storage ring? Zhang Tao nodded. Li Zhen said again, Qin Fengqing has entered the bounded boundaries. Zhang Tao nodded again. Martial artist, resurrected. Martial artist, resurrected. Who is it? Interesting, interesting. Li Zhen laughed. After a long time he said, Golden bone, skull, bone marrow mentality, isn't this resurrection ability a little too much? They have an inexhaustible supply of imperishable matter, and they've managed to come back from the jaws of death time and time again. These people are getting more and more interesting. So what? Yeah, so what? Li Zhen sighed softly. Messy, too messy. There's not much meaning in looking back at the past. Zhang Tao did not speak again. He looked into the distance and fell into silence. Li Zhen did not stay for long either. He quickly disappeared from the spot, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only after Li Zhen left did Zhang Tao murmur softly, Kid, kill more. I'm counting on you. As for whether he would kill or not, with that dog's temper, a few provocations from the catacombs martial artists, and no rank 7 overseeing, would he be able to hold it in? Even if he could hold it in, would he be able to hold it in when there were a lot of good stuff? Zhang Tao thought about it and suddenly chuckled. You want to be MCMAU's vice-chancellor. I'll satisfy you. A martial artist with something to worry about is more interesting. A martial artist with no worries would be much more casual. He would have no scruples and nothing mattered. A martial artist with something to worry about would have perseverance and faith in his heart. Many things could be guided according to the situation. The king's battleground. Old Wang returned and said quickly, Du Hong and the others went north. There are constant beast roars in the west. There's no danger in the east 50 li. Feng Ping nodded and said quickly, then run west. He had just finished speaking when Jiang Chao, who was covered in mud, said in a daze, Isn't the east? There's no danger in the east. Feng Ping glanced at him like he was looking at an idiot. After a while he said, Nonsense. The unknown danger is more dangerous. How can there be no danger in the king's battleground? If we run west, the demons can still stop the pursuers. As for us, forget about the excrement at the summit. There are many ways to escape from the demons. Feng Ping could not be bothered to talk to him. He continued to replenish his mentality while saying, There's about 10 minutes left. Fatty, you can go now. Jiang Chao wanted to say something, but stopped. He thought for a while and said, Feng Ping, I think it's still too dangerous. 30 mentality-vitality fusion can even kill a grandmaster if they work together. You guys! I know what I'm doing. If you don't go, I won't save you later. Jiang Chao was speechless. He paused and said, Then I'll run west. I won't go far. I'll wait for you guys about 80 li Feng Ping. If there's nothing else, remember to look for me. If there's a lot of people after you, you don't have to look for me. Feng Ping could not help but laugh. He waved his hand and told him to scram. Jiang Chao did not waste any more words. He walked for a while and suddenly ran back, gritting his teeth. If you're really being chased by 3 to 5 mentality-vitality fusion martial artists and you can't run away, you can look for me. But I'll make it clear. If I help you get rid of the pursuers, you have to protect me from behind. Fang Ping looked at him strangely. He said in amusement, "Are you talking about your ultimate weapon?" Jiang Chao did not utter a word. Fang Ping said again, "Interesting. I'm starting to suspect that you're the son of your family's elder ancestor. You're a junior who's been separated by countless generations. Why is he so nice to you?" Jiang Chao said exasperatedly, "What do you know?" "I take after my elder ancestor, okay? My elder ancestor is also a fatty, but the descendants of the Jiang family are all handsome men. They're so freakishly handsome that they're inhuman. The elder ancestor doesn't like handsome men. Even when the subduing heavenly king is more handsome than him, he still wants to pick a fight. Cough, cough. Anyway, I'm quite similar to my elder ancestor. The elder ancestor likes me very much. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. It's called being distant relatives." Fang Ping and the others looked at each other, then burst out laughing. This fatty was not joking, was he? Warlord was a fatty? All right, that was not important. When one reached the pinnacle, would one care about whether others were handsome or not? If this warlord elder ancestor was like what Fatty said, then he was also an interesting person. Jiang Chao ignored him. This time he really ran away. As he ran, he said, "Remember, don't come looking for me if there are too many people. No matter how powerful the ultimate weapon is, it still depends on the person using it. I'm not strong enough. I can't take on a lot of people." "Got it." By the time Fang Ping replied, Fatty was already out of sight. After he left, Fang Ping took out the crystal in his arms and glanced at it. He smiled. "This is quite an interesting thing." On the crystal there were 4 red dots. 2 of them were gathered together. One was in the northwest direction. That was Old Yao, who was still luring the monsters. The other was moving. Wang Jinyang took out his crystal and looked at it. There were also red dots on it. At that moment, Fang Ping suddenly put the crystal into his storage space. The next moment, Wang Jinyang's crystal was empty. There was nothing on it. "Yours is indeed the main control core. If you put it away, the rest of ours will be useless." This fatty is a smart person. He knows what to do and what not to do. Just as Fang Ping said this, Jiang Chao, who had already run far away, took out his crystal and glanced at it. There was nothing on it. Seeing this, Jiang Chao ran carefully as he murmured, "Storage ring? These fellows have courted death so many times. Even Grandpa Yang died, but they are still alive. They really have some good luck." The elder ancestor is right. In turbulent times, there will always be big shots rising. Mother of asterisk cur, it won't be these fellows this time, will it? The key thing is following the big shots in the future might not be enough to save your life. Those who died were all lackeys. When Commander Li and Minister Zhang rose to power, most of the lackeys around them died. What a headache. Should I continue following them? Jiang Chao rubbed his head. After a while he said, "We can't be too close. Keep a distance. If we're too close, we'll die faster. If we're not close, we'll offend people and die faster. We have to know when to stop. I sold them well just now. That counts as an investment, right?" As Jiang Chao said that, he suddenly chuckled. It's not bad to be an investor. Instead of fighting and breaking through enemy lines, I'll be a behind-the-scenes person. When I get back, I'll move the Jiang family's storeroom to them as an investment. I wonder if I can make a fortune in the future? I need to give this plan a name. Big Shot Cultivation Plan? Pinnacle Cultivation Plan? But these fellows, who has the highest chance of entering the pinnacle? Fang Ping seems to have the highest chance at the moment, but this fellow is too reckless. He always feels like he won't live long. Under normal circumstances, those who perform well in the beginning are all passers-by later on. Could it be Li Hansong, that unreliable guy? Jiang Chao's head hurt from thinking about it. Forget it. He would not think about it for now. Also, even if these fellows really entered the pinnacle, would they be as powerful as the elder ancestor? If they were not as powerful as the elder ancestor, it did not seem like they would be able to change the situation, right? However, the new pinnacle powerhouses were very powerful. Li Zhen and Zhang Tao were both the new generation's pinnacle powerhouses, but they were ridiculously powerful. Even the elder ancestor felt that he might not be able to defeat them. Although these pinnacle powerhouses had never fought before, at their level they could still sense it. In this era, there won't be a few powerful pinnacles, will there? Naturally, Fang Ping knew nothing about Jiang Chao's thoughts. If he really knew, Fang Ping would have no objections. Move your family's storeroom over first. He did not have time to care about these things. At this moment, the Sun City at the entrance looked even more real. 5 bloody suns hung in the sky above Sun City. As for Fang Ping, he looked like he could not take it anymore. His face was covered in sweat. Old Wang, if I really self-destruct this thing, I'm afraid I'll explode until I'm dizzy. When that happens, I'll have to rely on you guys. Other things aside, you must get your hands on the divine weapons in time. This time, I don't ask for much. Snatching 20 divine weapons is enough. Those fellows might also have a trump card to save their lives. Be careful. Jiang Chao has it, and they won't be too bad either. Don't look at those people in Star Town as weak. When it comes to a life-or-death situation, you've all seen Yang Feng's performance last time. That kill word is extremely powerful. I'm afraid it has the power to kill a mentality-vitality fusion, but it takes time. I've realized that external objects are external objects, after all. They need time to prepare. Without giving the opponent time to prepare, even if he has a big killer weapon, it'll be useless. Having said that, Fang Ping said again, as for splitting the loot, I want half. Li Hansong nodded and said, Old Yao, 20%. Old Wang, you and I will split half? Wang Jinyang did not say anything. He nodded. The reason why Yao Qingjun could let Li Hansong say more was that the fellow's mentality was strong. He could cause great damage to powerhouses who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. As for him and Li Hansong, they could fight peak rank 6. It would be difficult for them to achieve mentality-vitality fusion. Even so, if they managed to snatch 20 divine weapons in one go, he would be able to get 3. That was more than enough. It was customary for Fang Ping to take the majority. No one had any objections. Without Fang Ping, it would be difficult for them to achieve anything big. Without saying anything more, Li Hansong had already set up a hiding place. Wang Jinyang went to support Yao Qingjun. Fang Ping, on the other hand, continued to work on his materialization. He was thinking if he could change the appearance of his materialization. For example, he could make it look like the one outside the passageway. This way, those people who entered, if their mentality was not as strong as his, might not notice the abnormality. It doesn't need to be too realistic. Just a moment will do. Fang Ping tried to use his mentality to change the appearance of Sun City. In the end, he realized that it was a very simple matter. His Sun City was not realistic enough. The only thing that looked like a real object was that house. Everything else was illusory. It was not difficult to change an illusory object like this. Sun City changed little by little. Gradually, it blended into the environment. Li Hansong stepped in and looked around. After a while, he said, It's a little strange, but it's their first time entering. They might not feel anything. That's good. At this time, Wang Jinyang rushed back again. He said, Quickly! Old Yao has lured a team of more than 50 monsters over here. They'll be here in 3 minutes. But there's only one rank 7. Enough! Fang Ping nodded. He said immediately, Let's hide first. In about 5 minutes, the next wave of people will enter. Brothers, whether we can make a fortune this time depends on this wave. Otherwise, when they disperse, some of them will break through to rank 7. Then we'll be in trouble. If these people really broke through to rank 7, Fang Ping might not be able to kill them. Defeating Tuoman last time was not bad, but it was a one-on-one fight. If another rank, 7, came, under the joint attack of the two, it would be normal to kill Fong Ping in one move. While Fong Ping and the others were hiding outside the entrance, a powerhouse said loudly, "Enter the king's battleground. Kill the resurrected martial artists first. Leave some behind. Escort them to explore the ruins of the resurrected martial artists. Everyone is our divine continent's prodigy. We should work together." In the crowd, the people from the monster plant's royal court echoed one after another. The people from the other royal courts were not interested. Feng Meishing said lightly, "Uncle Wang, you don't have to say any more. The resurrected martial artists are nothing to worry about." There were only 28 people. 6 of them were at Mentality Vitality Unity. Their strength was only 1/5 of the monster plant's royal courts. There was no need for the people from the other royal courts to attack. As soon as Feng Meishing finished speaking, the golden-armored powerhouse laughed and said, "Meishing, bring back their heads!" "Definitely." After saying that, the golden-armored man said loudly, "Enter!" The next moment, more than 100 figures walked toward the entrance. As Feng Meishing entered, he laughed and said, "The game has begun!" Having said that, the figures of these people disappeared into the entrance. Not far away, Commander Zhou and the others did not look too good. This time, the powerhouse in charge of guarding the entrance and the leading young leader were very hostile toward human martial artists. In the past, although they were hostile toward each other, under normal circumstances, these people did not treat human martial artists as their opponents. The monster plants and the monster life royal court were their biggest opponents. Unexpectedly, this time the other party's first target was the human martial artists. "I hope a few more can survive," Commander Zhou and the others muttered in their hearts. In half an hour, these people should have gone far away. As long as they were careful from now on, everyone would be looking for opportunities. The people from the monster plant's royal court might not be looking for human martial artists all over the world. After a month, how many people could come out would depend on luck. The reason why it was a month was because rank 6 martial artists would be greatly affected after staying for a month. At this time, they would usually quit. After quitting, they could recuperate for a period of time before entering again. There was no limit to this. At the same time, Yao Chengjun severely injured a rank 6 monster with one blow. Then, he quickly broke through the encirclement. In the next moment, Yao Chengjun disappeared on the spot. At the entrance, a rank 5 monster that was frozen in place exploded instantly. The smell of blood permeated the air instantly. The monsters that were about to chase in the direction where Yao Chengjun disappeared saw the scene. Violent auras emanated from their bodies. Then they all pounced toward the monster that exploded. These monsters had chaotic minds and were easily stimulated. Even high-rank monsters did not have the ability to think. Unlike normal monsters, once they reached the high-ranked, even if they were not very intelligent, they would not be too stupid. Just as the demonic beasts rushed over, a few figures flashed through the barrier at the entrance. Seeing the demonic beasts pouncing over, some of the experts who had achieved blood in essence as one immediately took action. Under the joint efforts of a few people, they killed 4 to 5 demonic beasts in the blink of an eye. Why are there demonic beasts at the entrance? Didn't they say that the energy at the entrance isn't chaotic enough and the demonic beasts here don't like to come here? Don't think too much. Prince Feng seems to have a commander-level demonic beast. Feng Meishing, who had just stepped out of the entrance, looked around and frowned slightly. He felt a little uncomfortable. The demonic beasts in the distance seemed to be separated by a thin film. However, this was the first time he had come to the sovereign battlefield, so he didn't have time to think about it. Feng Meishing said calmly, "It's just a commander-level creature with a confused mind and can only rely on its physical body. It's not very strong." He was confident that he could kill such a demonic beast in a one-on-one fight, so there was nothing to worry about. Feng Mie-shing did not want to waste any more time. He quickly said, "Kill these demonic beasts and find the revived martial artist immediately." Yes, among the crowd, some of the experts who had achieved essence and blood fusion stepped forward and began to fight against the berserk beasts. Feng Mie-shing did not join in. He looked around and frowned again. Underground, Fang Ping, on the other hand, was waiting for time. He had counted earlier. There seemed to be 128 people in the monster plant's royal court. Right now, only 120 people had entered. He had to wait a little longer. When all of them had come out, they would self-destruct and block the entrance's boundary wall at the same time, so that these people would not run back and inform the others. In any case, he would wait until they were done fighting. Even if these people went back, Fang Ping would not care. He was worried that the catacombs would not abide by the rules. Forget about letting the high ranks in if more than 100 people from the monster plant's royal court entered. With so many people, Fang Ping and the rest would really be in danger. 127, 128. They're all here. The next moment, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. Explode! It was at this moment that Feng Mie-shing's body glowed. Feng Mie-shing's expression changed. He soared into the sky and shouted, "Retreat!" However, there were not many who could retreat in time. Many of them were still fighting with the demons. Some of them did not even have time to react. They only saw 5 blood-colored suns appearing out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, 5 blood-colored suns exploded. Boom! At this moment, the void shook. Chaotic energy tides raged. The monsters' roars were endless. In the crowd, some of the martial artists who were watching others kill monsters earlier were still smiling. Their smiles froze instantly. A rank 7 powerhouse's mentality self-destruction was much more powerful than the mentality suppression. Fang Ping had prepared for more than 20 minutes. The 5 blood-colored suns that he condensed were not weaker than an upper stage rank 7 martial artists' all-out mentality intimidation. He was not a rank 7, but his mentality was indeed rank 7. At this moment, more than 10 people's mentality was destroyed instantly. Under mentality-vitality fusion, mentality had not reached the stage where it could be released externally. How could they withstand such an attack? Some of their bodies glowed slightly. That was the effect of the mentality prohibition accessory. Even so, these people were bleeding from their orifices. Their faces were pale. Among the crowd, only a few powerhouses who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion could withstand the power of this large-scale self-destruction, even without the mentality prohibition accessory. However, their mentality was shaken and they were heavily injured instantly. Damn it! In midair, Feng Mie-shing, who had escaped a step earlier, was furious. He was no longer as calm and collected as he was before. At this moment, more than 10 people were killed instantly. More than 30 people's mentality was also heavily injured. A team of more than 120 people had just entered the King battleground, and they had lost 1/3 of their strength. What infuriated him even more was, where were the enemies? Kill! Feng Mie-shing roared. He did not see the enemies, but he saw those frenzied monsters. Some of the monsters that were not dead were still attacking their people. These monsters did not care even if their mentality was heavily injured. This was because they did not have any rationality to begin with. In a fit of rage, Feng Mie-shing threw a punch. A rank 6 monster exploded instantly. Everyone leave this place! Feng Mie-shing roared again. This place was hiding danger. In fact, he did not need to remind them. The moment Fang Ping self-destructed his mentality, another wave of mentality intimidation came toward them. This wave of mentality intimidation was more targeted. It was to intimidate the injured martial artists. Some of them were already heavily injured. Their eyes glazed over instantly. At this moment, 2 silhouettes suddenly burst out from the ground. One was waving a fist, the other was wielding a saber. Both of them were extremely fast. Puff, puff, puff. A series of sounds of weapons piercing bones could be heard. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 people were beheaded. It's you guys. Be asterisk starred. Feng Yeshing's eyes were bloodshot. He leaped into the air, holding a long halberd in his hand, and charged toward them instantly. The others had also reacted. In a fit of rage, they charged toward the 2 people who had already broken out from the ground. At this moment, the weapons beside the dead martial artist suddenly shot up and flew toward a place not far away. Fong Ping's face was pale. He was a distance away from them. He manipulated his mentality and quickly collected the weapons. He did not even bother to check how many weapons there were. Fong Ping did not keep them in his storage space either. He took the weapons and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Feng Yeshing and the others were still surrounding Wang Jinyang and Wang Jinyang when Fong Ping disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 570. Some of you, kill him! Feng Yeshing roared after flicking Li Hansong away with his halberd. Among the crowd, more than 10 martial artists immediately chased after Fong Ping in the direction of his escape. The moment these people leaped out of the crowd, their expressions changed drastically. Boom! In the void, a small city fell and exploded instantly. In the distance, Fong Ping's silhouette appeared. Like a flash of lightning, Fong Ping appeared in front of these people in the blink of an eye, roaring, "Old Yao!" Rumble. A stretch of ruins descended, suppressing these people once again. The rank 7 Changdao in Fong Ping's hand slashed out the image of the fallen gods. Uft! Heads fell one after another. Fong Ping's face was pale. He grabbed a few divine weapons and shouted, "Kill them!" As soon as he said that, Feng Yeshing was enraged. In the end, the 2 people who were sent flying by him and seemed to be heavily injured did not even look back, sprinting toward the west. Underground, Yao Qingjun also leaped into the air, flying toward the west together with Fong Ping and the rest. Before they left, the ruins descended again, crashing down. The rank 7 monster took the opportunity to swallow one of them in one gulp. The other monster beasts attacked, one after another. As for Fong Ping and the rest who had gone far away, these monsters did not care much. Bastard! Feng Yeshing was furious. These people actually ran away. He understood the human language. The leader said to kill them, but in the end he ran away without looking back. Chase after them! Feng Yeshing roared, tearing through the air. Behind him, more than 10 powerhouses who had achieved mentality vitality followed immediately. The rest did not chase after them. Some of them continued to fight the monsters. Under the joint efforts of the remaining 6 mentality vitality powerhouses and many peak martial artists, the battle stopped after 7 to 8 minutes. The rank 7 monster was also smashed into pieces by the crowd. A young man who was similarly dressed in luxurious clothes was currently livid. Beside him, a mentality vitality powerhouse reported carefully, "Prince Huai is dead. Speak!" 34 people died. This mentality vitality powerhouse's head was almost touching the ground. How long had it been since they entered? 34 people died. 8 mentality vitality powerhouses died this time. Damn it, damn bastards. The young man was also furious. He had just entered, yet he had already lost more than a quarter of his men. Not only that, but many people's psychic energy was also heavily damaged. These were the elites of the royal court, prodigies. As long as these 100 or so people did not die, at least close to 100 high ranks could be born. Prince Huai's face was ashen. He looked in the direction that Feng Yeshing and his men had gone. His eyes were cold as he growled, "Let's go after them." "Prince Huai, should we send someone back to report?" Bastard. Prince Huai slammed his palm down, his eyes cold as he said, "So many of us have been killed right after we entered. Now, before the others have even entered, you want us to embarrass ourselves in front of the various royal courts?" This time, if you encounter any martial artists from the various dynasties and sects, kill them all. If the monster plant royal court died more, and the other families died less, then they would lose face for the monster plant royal court. After losing so much face in front of the various great royal courts, could the old ancestor still look favorably upon him? He was not the only one. Everyone present was going to be in trouble. Stupid. Now the only thing they needed to do was to kill and cause the other parties to suffer heavy losses. Only then would they be able to preserve their reputation. A few people from the land of rebirth had killed so many people, and they still had the face to go out and say it? Everyone trembled with fear and hurriedly began to clean up. The so-called cleaning up was to destroy the corpses and destroy the evidence. Very soon, the corpses were all disposed of. Many people's eyes were dark. So many people had died at once. If they went back, they might be in trouble. Everyone said no more, following Prince Huai toward the west. At the same time, in the west, Fong Ping said angrily, "Mother **her, I only killed a few of you and you're still chasing. Believe it or not, I won't run anymore." This time, coming to the land of rebirth, he had planned everything. He would not run anymore. They were all martial artists of the same rank. He, Fong Ping, was invincible among the same rank. Not only did he overpower humans, but he was also the same in the catacombs. Now he had only been in for half an hour, and he had to F***king run again. Li Hansong panted heavily, saying intermittently, "There are still 16. All of them are mentality-vitality fusion. If you don't run, are you sure you can win?" 16 of them were mentality-vitality fusion, and there were still pursuers behind. If you were entangled for a while, you would be in big trouble. Moreover, the leader, Feng Yesheng, was extremely powerful. Earlier, he and Old Wang had exchanged less than 10 moves with the other party. Although he had the intention of taking the opportunity to escape, the other party was really strong, rupturing his internal organs in just a few moves. Fong Ping's face was pale. "What are you afraid of? Have I ever been afraid of anyone of the same rank? No matter how many people there are, they're all useless. Wait for another minute. Let me recover. I'll blow them all up." After a few consecutive self-detonations of mentality, Fong Ping could not take it anymore. At his level, after preparing for a long time for self-detonation, the backlash was too strong. The first strike had almost caused his core house to explode. Beside him, Yao Qingjuan's face was also slightly pale. He glanced at those people who were still chasing after them and said, "Quickly! I've exhausted a lot of energy and I can't make up for it with mentality-vitality fusion. Fong Ping, find a place for me to hide later. Get lost." Fong Ping cursed. Old Yao did not want to hide, but he felt that he had become a burden. He could not achieve mentality-vitality fusion, and his mentality recovery speed was extremely slow. At this time, his combat strength was severely damaged, and he might not be able to hold on. Fong Ping's gaze was cold. "Don't worry, even without mentality, you're no worse than a peak rank 6. Oh, right, you can try using that weapon of yours. It shouldn't be too bad." As he said that, Fong Ping turned around and swept a glance. Behind him, Feng Yesheng's eyes were icy cold. He shouted coldly, "You can't run away!" This was the place where kings fought, and there were catacombs martial artists here. This place was full of danger. Fong Ping and the rest wanted to escape the pursuit of more than 10 mentality-vitality fusion martial artists. It was as difficult as climbing to the sky. "Useless thing. Do you think you have the right to bark at me? I've just slaughtered a bunch of you. Does it feel good? Prince, king my ass. You dog, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. I can't even take 3 moves from a piece of trash like you." Fong Ping was full of disdain and abuse. Behind him, Feng Yesheng's speed increased by 30%. Fong Ping let out a humph. Feng Yesheng was fast, but not as fast as him. Most importantly, he still had to take care of Old Wang and the rest. Among Old Wang and the rest, Iron Head was the slowest. Even if he had been cultivating his stepping techniques, his speed was still slow. He was not as fast as Feng Miesheng and the rest. After cursing for a while, Fang Ping said, "How's your recovery?" Old Wang nodded. "Almost. Me too." Yao Chengjun said quickly, "I'm fine." Other than his mentality that had not recovered, he was not injured. Fang Ping turned around again, licked his lips, and said, "Old Wang, can you and Iron Head stop Feng Yesheng?" Wang Jinyang was silent for a moment, then said quickly, "1 minute." "That's enough. Old Yao, can you erupt your mental strength again?" "Yes. All right, if you do it, I'll do it too. We'll take the opportunity to kill a few people. I'll let them keep chasing us." After they finished discussing, Fang Ping stopped abruptly and shouted, "Split up and run!" As soon as he said that, Feng Miesheng and the rest behind him immediately formed a circle. In the end, they had just split up and formed a circle when Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong burst out, charging toward Feng Miesheng. "You're asking for it." On Feng Miesheng's halberd, a dazzling glow erupted. The halberd swept toward the two of them. The void rumbled and energy exploded. Boom! After a few consecutive explosions, Li Hansong's fists were like shadows, blasting the void. The golden glow was like the sun. Wang Jinyang turned into a blood-colored god of war, wielding his saber and hacking. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky. "Ridiculous!" Feng Miesheng sneered. His halberd was as steady as a mountain, sweeping across the sky. One strike from the halberd caused the two of them to spit blood, the sound of explosions coming from their bodies. The two of them did not care, dragging him along as they fought outside. On the other side, Fang Ping had already charged out, sweeping the rest with his saber. A long spear appeared in Yao Qingjuan's hand out of thin air, attacking instantly. On the long spear, an earth-shattering murderous aura erupted. The spear pierced through the void, freezing one of them in place. The long spear pierced through the other party's skull in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Yao Qingjun was a little strange too. This spear seemed to have become more powerful. He did not plan to kill this person just now. His mentality was not at its peak. If he unleashed his full power, he would at most be comparable to a peak rank 6 or even worse. He was different from Wang Jinyang and Wang Jinyang. The two of them were strong in their bodies and vitality. His strength did not lie in this area. Iron Head's defense was the strongest. Old Wang's physical attack was strong, and Yao Qingjuan's was a magician. However, who would have thought that this spear attack would actually kill a mentality-vitality-unity powerhouse? They did not have time to think. The strongest Feng Miesheng was being held back, but the other party was really strong. Iron Head's golden glow was extinguished, and it looked like he could not hold on any longer. Seeing this, Fang Ping let out a low roar again. At the same time, Yao Qingjuan's face instantly turned pale. He let out a furious roar, the energy in the void exploding violently. Boom! Below them, the ground began to collapse directly. As for Yao Qingjuan's spear attack, before it even got close, many powerhouses turned pale, bleeding from their orifices, their mentality shaken. At the same time, Fang Ping's slightly illusory small city appeared again, enveloping everyone within. "Goodbye, trash!" Fang Ping was also bleeding from his orifices, but he was smiling coldly. Rumble! An explosion sounded again. Some powerhouses roared in anger, their bodies erupting with brilliant light, forcibly escaping the small city. It was not just one person. 5 or 6 powerhouses also erupted with light, disappearing from the small city. Although it was rare to see accessories that could block mentality, there were many of them in the catacombs. These mentality-vitality-unity powerhouses were almost all the disciples of the catacombs. Some of them were only related to the catacombs by blood for 4 or 5 generations. These people escaped but there were still some who could not escape. Seeing Fong Ping brandishing his saber, someone wailed in despair, then self-destructed. Rumble. The small city was destroyed. Fong Ping was dizzy, his face covered with golden blood, like a devil being reborn. Mother asterisk her, I'm going to kill you all. Prince Fong, someone roared. Not far away, Fong Nieshing had also gone berserk. His long halberd was as fast as lightning, hitting Li Hansong's skull until it made a cracking sound. At this time, Ironhead's face was already smashed into pieces, but he was still roaring furiously, using his golden skull to block again and again. Beside him, Wang Jinyang's Sanjiao gate appeared, his vitality gate half open. His body was wrapped in a blood cocoon, like an illusion, surrounding Fong Niesheng and attacking everywhere. Seeing this, Fong Ping roared again, the small city appearing again. This time, even Fong Niesheng was cursing loudly. Damn it, damn it! Why? The immortal god had exploded again and again. Why would it recover again and again? Why? Were all martial artists who resurrected like this? No. If that was the case, the royal court would have been defeated long ago. Why would they still be suppressing the other party? I'll definitely kill you, Fong Niesheng roared. His halberd pierced through Li Hansong's shoulder blade, sending Li Hansong flying. The next moment, without looking back, he swept his halberd toward the sky. Rumble! A loud explosion was heard. Old Wang was sent flying, spitting blood. As for Fong Ping, he self-destructed the small city again. With a slash, he killed 2 mentality-vitality-unity powerhouses. In a short period of time, he and Yao Qingjun had killed 4 people and self-destructed 2 more. 6 powerhouses, who were also prodigies in the restricted area, died in the blink of an eye. As for the remaining mentality-vitality-unity powerhouses, some of them retreated from the battlefield, but they did not run away. Instead, they shouted angrily, "Hold them back!" As soon as he said that, the remaining people fought Fong Ping and Fong Niesheng with all their might. As for the person who escaped to the periphery, all his flesh and blood seemed to be sucked dry in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a golden flying dagger condensed in front of him. Fong Ping's expression changed drastically. With a slash, he forced one person back. He was just about to dodge. Boom! The golden flying dagger hit his chest. Fong Ping spat out a large amount of half-energy converted internal organ fragments. His coat was torn, and a crack appeared on the rank, 9 inner armor inside. Fong Ping's expression was ghastly. As expected, many people had killer weapons. The flying dagger just now almost pierced through the rank, 9 inner armor. Although it did not pierce through completely, it had shattered his internal organs. Right now, Fong Ping's injuries were extremely serious. If it were anyone else, they would probably be dead now. Even if it was Li Hansong, if he was hit, his skull might be shattered. As for Fong Ping, the moment he was hit, a bottle appeared in his hand. The next moment, Fong Ping swallowed a large amount of life essence. The injuries of his shattered internal organs were also recovering rapidly. More? Come again. Fong Ping grinned hideously. The small city appeared again, exploding with a rumble. At this moment, Yao Qingjun brandished his long spear and killed another person. Fong Ping, on the other hand, had his eyes on the martial artist who was only skin and bones. Seeing that he seemed to have no more strength to move, the divine weapon pierced through the air and beheaded the other party in one strike. The divine weapon Changdao flew back quickly. Fong Ping did not even bother to pick up the divine weapon. His figure moved, grabbing Li Hansong, whose skull was shattered, and he fled without looking back. Old Wang and Yao Qingjun were also extremely fast. The moment Fong Ping made his move, they escaped together. ****. I will not rest until you die. Behind him, the maple extinguisher's life halberd pierced through the air, stabbing toward Fong Ping. As for Fong Ping, he grabbed the halberd. The bones and flesh of his hand cracked, but he would not let go no matter what. Li Hansong, whose injuries were extremely serious, wanted to cry but had no tears. He said intermittently, Don't snatch, or else I won't be able to escape." The halberd was struggling violently. If this dragged on, Maple Extinguisher would catch up. Fong Ping gritted his teeth. "Rank 8. Mother ***, forget it. There's still a chance." Having said that, Fong Ping threw the halberd with force. The next moment, Fong Ping's speed was extremely fast. He took the opportunity to grab Old Wang and Yao Chenjun, dragging the three of them as he fled rapidly. The divine weapon combat boots on his feet emitted an extremely dazzling light. Damn it! Maple Extinguisher chased after them for a while, cursing and swearing. He was about to go crazy. The two weaklings had held him back for a long time. He could not kill them no matter how hard he hit them. They were only rank 6, but the two of them had physiques that far exceeded rank 6, especially the guy with the golden head, who used his head to bump him every time. While he was holding him back for a moment, the other two had actually killed 8 powerhouses in the blink of an eye. Out of the 16 people who were originally chasing after them, only half were left now. Other than him, everyone else was injured. Maple Extinguisher chased after them for a while and retreated, his expression dark. Not long after, Prince Huai rushed over with his men. When he saw the scene of the defeated army, Prince Huai's expression was also extremely gloomy. Another 8 had died. Before the people from the Monster Life King Court could enter, they had lost 16 quasi-commander powerhouses. At this moment, on the Monster Plants King Court side, 42 people had died. Among them, 16 were at Mentality Vitality Fusion. Among the remaining people, including the 2 princes, there were a total of 14 Mentality Vitality Fusion powerhouses. Trash, a bunch of trash. Maple Prince was furious. His cold gaze swept over the people who had held Fong Ping back. Out of the 15 quasi-commanders, more than half had been killed by 2 people. Everyone was silent. Maple Prince was the grandson of a true king powerhouse. His status was even more distinguished than Prince Huai because Prince Huai's bloodline had already surpassed 3 generations. However, everyone felt aggrieved. Maple Prince was known as an invincible general who had swept the 4 king courts. In the end, 2 middle-stage general martial artists had actually held him back. The 2 people they had faced were both freaks. The leader had self-destructed his immortal god time and time again. Was he still human? It was understandable that they had suffered heavy casualties. However, Maple Prince, an invincible general, had been held back by 2 martial artists who were far inferior to him. It was clear who was trash. Maple Prince cursed for a while. Very quickly, his gaze turned cold and fierce. Continued to hunt them down. This time we will move together. Huai Muqing and I will hold them back. All of you, use all your trump cards. Don't hold back unless you want to die. Most of the people present had a backup plan. However, backup plans needed time to prepare. They had been killed so suddenly that they had no time to use them. More than half of those who had died had a trump card to save their lives. However, external objects were external objects after all. Without time or reaction, they were gone once they died. At this moment, there were still 86 people left in the Monster Plants King Court. Among them, more than 10 were seriously injured and dispirited. In less than half an hour, the losses had already reached 1/3, and their opponents were only 4 people. They were not the descendants of the Netherworld King that they had imagined. They were also not the quasi-commander powerhouses who looked very powerful. Instead, they were the few middle-stage generals that they had ignored earlier. Some people even remembered that before they entered, the leading martial artist was still trembling. Damn liar! Someone cursed. That liar had lied to all of them. He had pretended to be afraid so that everyone would ignore him. The 2 princes ignored them. Their gazes were cold and fierce as they continued to lead the others in the chase. they had suffered heavy losses, but the other party was also seriously injured. Maple Mieshing did not believe that the fellow could really regenerate his immortal god indefinitely. If he was held back for even a moment, even if he could recover, he could use the killer move that his grandfather had left for him to kill him. It was a pity that he had not had the chance to use it before. Regret aside, Maple Mieshing continued to chase while saying coldly, "Leave a few more people behind and quickly break through to rank 7. We'll leave marks along the way. Catch up after you've broken through." Many of the Mentality Vitality Unity powerhouses could have broken through already. However, they chose not to break through because they wanted to be safer. Or rather, they wanted to obtain more things and protect some people. If they broke through, they would have to enter the rank 7 area. They had initially planned to break through after entering. Unexpectedly, so many of them were killed in an instant. Before this, 5 or 6 of them were close to breaking through. At this moment, Maple Mieshing's expression was even worse. Currently, there were only 3 quasi-commanders left who were close to breaking through. After all, they had just entered. The other parties had not even entered yet. Next, if they encountered these forces, they would be in big trouble. At the same time, Fong Ping sprinted tens of li. Then he found a small mountain forest and landed. He quickly dug a hole and let a few people into it. After setting up layers of mentality barriers, Fong Ping's face was as white as a sheet. Beside him, Yao Qingjun was even worse off. His gaze was a little dull. Li Hansong was the worst off. His head had really turned into a skeleton. His imperishable substance appeared, but it was difficult for him to recover immediately. Iron Head, Li Hansong did not make a sound. Fong Ping gritted his teeth. He took out some life essence and poured it on his head. With that, his recovery speed was much faster. After a while, Li Hansong's flesh had recovered slightly. He said weakly, "That fellow is very strong. Fong Ping, be careful." Fong Ping's expression was gloomy. "I know. Besides, many of these fellows have big killer moves. The one who suddenly condensed a golden flying dagger just now. Although it did not involve a mentality attack, its destructive power was extremely strong. Other than me, all of you might have been killed in one move." After saying that, Fong Ping glanced at the silent old Wang, then at his pierced chest. He felt a little helpless. He thought that the few of them were invincible among rank 6. Who knew that they would be beaten up so badly the first time? "It's okay. Let's recuperate first. After we're healed, we'll torture them to death." Wang Jinyang said weakly this time. "I'm afraid someone is going to break through to rank 7. Fong Ping nodded. Then he said, "It's okay. There are only a few of them. Many of those who achieved mentality-vitality fusion were killed. At most, 2 or 3 of them can break through to rank 7. They'll be the weakest rank 7 too. As long as the opportunity is right, I'll act as an assassin. Sooner or later, I'll kill them one by one." After saying that, Fong Ping suddenly broke into a smile. Although the loss was not small, the gain was also huge. His internal organs were ruptured earlier. He had no choice but to consume life essence, including the one he gave to Ironhead. He had consumed about 1 catty. It was worth a lot. However, the gain from the divine weapons was also huge. Not only the divine weapons, Fong Ping also touched a necklace. It was probably an accessory that could block out mentality. Guess, how many divine weapons are there? As soon as he said that, even Li Hansong, who was on the verge of death just now, perked up instantly. He asked hurriedly, "How many?" 22. Fong Ping looked ecstatic. He grinned and said, "Mother asterisk her, I didn't touch a few. It's too late, but this battle, it's not a loss. It's a profit. We've made a huge profit." Li Hansong was no longer dispirited. He was full of energy. He grinned widely with his bloody mouth that had yet to heal. He laughed foolishly. 22 divine weapons. 22. I can get 3. 3, is that right? He fought and did not die. He got 3 divine weapons. It was a huge profit. He should fight a few more times like this. Fang Ping and the others glanced at him. Ironhead was good at accounting. He was not a fool when he should be. He could even remember the digits after the decimal point. They could not be bothered with him. No matter how many divine weapons there were, they had to wait until they got out alive. It's a pity, Fang Ping said with some regret, that halberd is at least rank 8. It's a fine one among the rank 8 ones. It's a pity we didn't get it. As he said that, Fang Ping said, I'll get 11. Uh-huh. Everyone nodded. Fang Ping looked at his wealth points and frowned slightly. Be careful. We're not out of danger yet. We're at our weakest now. Everyone, heal your wounds as soon as possible. All right. At this moment, Yao Qingjuan's gaze was no longer unfocused. He said in a low voice, Fang Ping, my spear's power has increased here. I can't see anything in the ruins, but this place might very well be a ruin. Fang Ping frowned. Was this really the place where old Yao and the others fought their last battle? It could not be that incredible, right? The place where the kings fought did not seem as mysterious and powerful as he had imagined. Could it be that old Yao and the others had fought their way to a place like this in their past lives? Of course, it might not be here, but I feel... Yao Chengjun pondered for a moment. I feel that this place has something to do with us, more or less. Li Hansong grinned with his bloody mouth again. Do you guys think that there might be remains of our past lives? Then, if we find the corpses and combine them into one, our strength will skyrocket and restore the combat strength of our past lives? Fang Ping was speechless. Wang Jinyang said weakly, dead is dead. Li Hansong, don't always immerse yourself in the unknown past. He was also at his wit's end because of Ironhead. This fellow was very arrogant now. He thought he was at the top, but in reality, did he not see that both of them were almost defeated by a rank 6 even when they joined forces? Li Hansong heard that and shrugged. He did not say anything else and began to heal his wounds. As for a certain fatty who was still waiting for them, who cared if he lived or died, he had to take care of himself first. As for Fang Ping, he was healing his wounds while calculating things. He had taken a look at the Monster Plants Dynasty's side earlier. There were at least 70 divine weapons. The Monster Plants and Monster Life Dynasty had the most divine weapons. Counting like this, there were still close to 50 divine weapons left. Disregarding the Monster Life Dynasty's side, he was definitely going to get his hands on the Monster Plants Dynasty's side. If I get all 70 divine weapons, I can get more than 35. If I get more, I might even get 40. That Feng Extinguisher's divine weapon is even a rank 8. If I really get all of them, maybe I can break through 1 trillion wealth. Fang Ping licked his lips. He healed his wounds as soon as possible. Once his injuries were healed, he would immediately conceal his aura and kill them. This time, he was definitely going to grind these people down. As for the secret of the place where the kings fought, after killing all these guys, he had all the time to explore it. There was no hurry now. Chapter 571. La 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 la. I'm so excited that I'm flying off. November. First place in the monthly votes. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your hard work, your support, and your awesome support. Thank you, Big Shots, for your subscriptions and gifts, and for your monthly votes. Thank you to Eagle Sauce's extremely awesome charisma. She should be. We won and took the glory of first place in the monthly votes. This is so cool. I wonder if there are any brothers who remember the previous standalone chapter. On September 27th, Old Eagle posted a standalone chapter, joking that with an average subscription of 30,000, we could take first place in the monthly votes. It really was a joke at that time. With an average subscription of 30,000, we could take first place in the monthly votes? Of the Big Shots who took first place in the monthly votes, who wasn't God, who wasn't Platinum, cough cough, now there's me, awesome. With an average subscription of 24,000, we took first place. November was a month that surprised, delighted, and dumbfounded Old Eagle. He had too many achievements. First place in the monthly votes, a Gold Alliance Master from Huashuajian, Silver Alliance Masters from Legend, Baked Bun, and Lonely as You, a new Alliance Master almost every day. He really couldn't describe the feeling. There were too many emotions, too many things that he wanted to say. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Of course, Eagle, I'm also very awesome. Don't stop me, I have to show off. This month, I've updated more than 600,000 words. Perhaps there aren't many chapters, but to update more than 600,000 words in a month, I think it's still very awesome. Everyone, give Old Eagle a round of applause. He was so excited that his speech was somewhat incoherent. But this time, everyone had really worked hard. The managers were on 24-hour shifts, keeping an eye on the monthly votes. The big shots contributed money and effort, and the big shots who secretly sponsored the monthly votes in red packets, but none of them told me. But no matter how awesome I am, can you hide it from my discerning eyes? In short, I'll keep the gratitude in my heart. I won't say any more pretentious words. I'll continue working hard, continue fighting. I'm an author, and the most important thing is for my books to be recognized by everyone. With everyone's support, Old Eagle will definitely continue to write good books. This is my job and the foundation of my brothers' and sisters' support. In the end, I once again sincerely thank everyone for their support and thank the hundreds of thousands of brothers and sisters for their tolerance and love. Okay, the good news ends here. I also ask for a guaranteed monthly vote for 12 months. Thank you. December 1st, 2018. Chapter 572. Underground. Fong Ping and the others were still recuperating. Just as the others were closing their eyes to heal, Fong Ping's expression suddenly changed. After a while, Fong Ping coughed softly and said, "Everyone open your eyes and look." Everyone opened their eyes one after another. The next moment, everyone's expression changed. Previously, they landed in a forest. Fong Ping dug a hole, and everyone hid underground. But now they were actually on top of a small hill. Li Hansong's expression was blank. He did not notice anything strange. Just like that, without a sound, their surrounding environment changed completely. It was no longer the same as before. After the shock, Li Hansong said hurriedly, F***CK. Isn't this going to expose our whereabouts? They were actually on top of a small hill. Fong Ping smiled bitterly. This place is really strange. Earlier, Instructor Zhang said that the terrain here changes at any time. I thought it was just a rough change. I didn't expect it to change like this. They were clearly in the forest, underground. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on top of a small hill. This was too strange. Wang Jinyang looked around. After a while, he said, "We didn't notice anything. There are two possibilities. First, our own position has changed. We were moved to another place without a sound. Second, the environment has really changed." Fong Ping thought for a while. He took out the mother-child sensor and turned it on to take a look. He saw a red dot outside of them and shook his head. It shouldn't be that people have changed. Jiang Chao, who is dozens of li away, was not moved along with us. So, the environment has indeed changed. It was done without a sound. What a scary place. Li Hansong sighed. Yao Qingjun, on the other hand, said attentively, "It's really scary to be able to make us feel nothing." As he said that, Yao Qingjun said in a low voice, "Say, do you think this is a manifestation of a top-notch powerhouse? Like Fong Ping before, changing the environment? If it's really a manifestation, we might not be able to sense it. Even if the Paragon can't enter, he should be able to sense it. Moreover, the king's battleground is like an upside-down bowl. It's covered by the boundary wall. It covers a huge area, more than 5 million square kilometers. It's comparable to half the size of Sino Nation, a manifestation that really exists. This is not something that the Paragon can do." Fong Ping shook his head. "Forget about the Paragon. Even the legendary two kings might not be able to do it. What about you? Li Han Song suddenly interrupted. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping's expression turned strange. "You're asking about the Celestial Emperor, aren't you?" Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He pondered for a moment and said, "I feel that the probability of it materializing is not high. If it's true, then it would be extremely terrifying. It was more likely that the source Tao here was too chaotic and too powerful. The powerful Tao of origin distorted space. The pinnacle had already touched upon space. The existence of a storage ring meant that there was an expert who had touched upon the transformation and slicing of space. So, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the origin Tao that distorted the space here." Everyone nodded slightly. This inference was possible. As Fang Ping said that, he chuckled. "Of course, there's another possibility. It's caused by chaotic mentality. The realm wall here was like a huge bowl that had been turned upside down, covering an extremely large area. One could imagine just how many people had died back then. Such a powerful remnant spiritual force is enough to distort our senses. In other words, what we see may not be real. This is similar to a materialized object, but it's not created by a single person. Instead, it's an illusory scene created by the mental distortion of countless dead people." Everyone nodded again. Then Li Han Song said somewhat uninterestedly, "What's the point of analyzing this? Shouldn't we go into hiding?" There were countless reasons for the formation of the King Battleground. The catacombs were analyzing, humans were also analyzing. In the end, there was no unified understanding. At this point, other than the pinnacle, not many people really cared about how this place was formed. When Zhang Peng taught them, he also said that they did not need to care about these meaningless things. Fang Ping chuckled. Suddenly, he thought of something and said amusedly, "It's a good thing there aren't normal monsters here. Otherwise, they'd be cursing every day." It wasn't easy to get a lair, but in the end, when they go out for a trip, their home is gone. Or when they're sleeping well, their home is gone. It'll drive demons crazy. Li Han Song grinned. "If there really are normal monsters, then it'll be interesting. Some monsters like to collect treasures. Say, if you open your eyes and suddenly see a rank 9 monsters lair without any monsters in it, won't you go crazy?" Everyone burst out laughing. This place was indeed not suitable for normal people to stay in. Not even demons. Every time they could not find their home, it was enough to break them down. The location of humans did not change. That meant that the position of the monsters, or the position of living beings, should not change. This also meant that if you went out, you could not go back, unless the entire King Battleground was turned upside down. Fang Ping did not continue talking about this. He looked around, stood up, and said, "This place is a little conspicuous. How's everyone's injury?" "Almost. No problem." Among the other 3, only Yao Qingjuan's mentality had not completely recovered. However, he was not injured, so there was no need to continue healing. Fang Ping did not have the intention to explore the King Battleground. Hearing everyone speak, he smiled and said, "Then it's time to work." It's morning. Previously, when they entered, it was late at night on the 3rd. Now it was morning. In fact, the King Battleground was gray and hazy. There was not much difference between day and night in this place. Of course, if it was daytime, it would be slightly brighter. Fang Ping jumped down from the hilltop, saying as he walked, "It's only midnight. Even if their people break through, it won't be so fast. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Don't give them time and opportunity to break through. Otherwise, if there are more rank 7s, we'll be in trouble. Also, now that the other clans have entered, we have to be more careful. However, there are also advantages to having more people. It's more chaotic. In this mess, we have fewer people. It's more convenient to move in small groups. Brothers, this time, will play the role of assassins, no, hunters. Those fellows are our prey. Whether we can go out and have a good life depends on this. As for breaking through to rank 7, it's nothing to us. Even if we miss some opportunities in the King Battleground, it doesn't matter. At most, we'll explore the next time. After we get the quota, we can always enter. What do you guys think? Li Hansong chuckled. I have no objections. At most, we can join forces to seal the door again. It's actually very fast. Rather than blindly trying our luck, it's better to kill those fellows. It's more worthwhile. Fong Ping nodded. Then he tossed a Changdao to Old Wang and said, You should change your weapon. You're still using A-class alloy. It's outdated. As he said that, he looked at Li Hansong and shook his head. I don't have boxing gloves. Do you want to use other divine weapons? Forget it then. I'll just use my boxing gloves. Li Hansong shook his head. Until now, he had cultivated a pair of iron fists. If he changed his weapon, he would not be able to unleash his strength. Fong Ping did not say anything else. At this moment, he stared at the data on his interface. Safe. At least he was safe now. After everyone's injuries had recovered, the terrain had changed. His wealth suddenly increased. This was also the reason why Fong Ping was not in a hurry to hide. The increase in wealth meant safety and distance from danger. Wealth, 645 billion conversion, vitality, 9,630 calories, 9,630 calories, mentality, 1,469 hertz, 1,469 hertz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90% storage space, 100 cubic meters plus energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus 31,000 wealth/minute, or a simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus 30,000. It's increased by about 130 billion. Fong Ping was slightly surprised. That much? Logically speaking, he only got 11 divine weapons. The divine weapons he got this time were actually trash. At least that was what Fong Ping thought. Most of them were early stage rank 7. There were only a few middle stage divine weapons. Early stage rank 7 divine weapons would usually increase his wealth by 10 billion. Middle stage ones were about 12 billion. Fong Ping took a look. It seemed like there were only 2 middle stage rank 7 ones. If he got one, that would be 112 billion. Why was there an extra 18 billion? After thinking about it, Fong Ping suddenly raised his eyebrows. A necklace appeared in his hand out of thin air. The necklace was black and looked a little ugly. Not only was it ugly, but it was probably not polished well enough. Or rather, it was hard to polish. It was made up of a string of stones, very rough. The stones did not have any holes. Instead, they were wrapped by some net-like objects and connected together. Is this it? Fong Ping made a judgment in his heart. This was probably it. This thing was worth a lot of money. Fong Ping did not plan to share this necklace. No one wanted it either. It should be considered his own gain. Before this, Fong Ping had thought that this thing would be very valuable. Now, it was proven that it was indeed expensive. 18 billion. This necklace is about 3 caddies. 6 billion per caddy? Fong Ping shook his head. It was priceless. The official price for a caddy of life essence was only 5 billion. The system's valuation was even lower, only half of it. It was only 5 billion wealth. But this thing was worth 6 billion per caddy, more valuable than life essence. Fong Ping was actually still a little surprised. In his opinion, this thing was indeed very valuable. It was an excellent thing for those below high ranks. It was even better than divine weapons. It could block rank 7 mentality for a moment. Previously, many people from the Monster Plant's royal court had used this to save their lives. However, it was actually more valuable than life essence of the same weight. This had refreshed his understanding. That monument last time, Fong Ping was suddenly looking forward to it. He was really going to dig it up. That monument, was it 10,000 caddies? 10,000 caddies, that was only 5 tons. Did that not mean it was worth 60 trillion? Fong Ping continued to shake his head. That monument was not so valuable, was it? If it was really so valuable, then how rich would the ancient martial artists be? Would they just bury this thing in the ground? After thinking for a while, Fong Ping stopped thinking about this. Mentality and vitality are both growing. This is not bad. Fong Ping also discovered something. Even if he did not cultivate much these 2 days, his mentality and vitality were still growing. Previously, he thought that he had reached his limit. Now, it seemed that was not the case. After looking at the data, Fong Ping looked at Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong. After thinking for a while, he suddenly took off the inner armor on his body and threw it to Li Hansong, saying, "Don't use your head on it anymore. Sooner or later, you'll become a big idiot." Li Hansong caught the inner armor, but immediately handed it back to Fong Ping, saying, "Keep it for yourself. They're all watching you. You're in more danger than me." Wang Jinyang also said in a low voice, "Wear it. If it wasn't for this inner armor earlier, you'd be in danger." The rank 9 monster that MCMAU brought back last time did not just forge a set of rank 9 inner armor. Of course, the parts of the monster's shell that could be forged into inner armor were actually limited. A total of 3 sets were forged. Fong Ping took 1 set. The other set was sent to Magic City Catacombs by the people of MCMAU and given to Lu Palu. A rank 7 martial artist's body was not strong enough. Lu Palu had been guarding the Magic City Catacombs all this time, so he was currently in the most danger. As for the last set, it was on Qin Yunxi. When they went to Tian'an Catacombs in April, Fong Ping saw that Qin Yunxi was wearing a rank 7 inner armor. He bragged that he would give her a set of rank 8 inner armor later. In the end, his bragging turned out to be reality. 3 sets of rank 9 inner armors were forged. Since Chan Yunxi had been staying in the catacombs recently, Fong Ping gave her a set of rank 9 inner armor. Seeing that Iron Head did not want it, Fong Ping did not say anything else. He picked up the necklace and looked at Old Wang and Iron Head, saying, "Which one of you is going to wear this?" "Old Yao, and I don't need it. You guys still have to be on guard." If the 2 of them encountered a rank 7, it would be very troublesome. Under the deterrence of a rank 7 martial artist mentality, both of them would also be severely injured. Li Hansong chuckled and said, "Give it to Old Wang. I don't need it. My skull is strong. Actually, it can also defend against mentality. You know that." Fong Ping nodded. That was true. Mentality deterrence was actually a deterrent to one's consciousness. It had a lot to do with the brain. After tossing the necklace to Old Wang, Wang Jinyang did not say anything. After putting on the necklace, he said, "We can ambush and kill them, but if we're discovered, how are we going to escape? Fong Ping, you're very fast. Why don't you act alone? And the few of us will find a chance to ambush them. If they're hunting you, the weak ones will definitely fall behind." Fong Ping frowned slightly. "The key is that if we're too far apart, I won't be able to help you guys hide your auras. If that's the case, you'll be discovered. It's okay. If their strength doesn't surpass ours, it'll be hard for them to discover our existence. We'll ambush the weak ones. By the time we're discovered, they'll already be fighting. All right, let's do that. I'll mainly ambush their mentality-vitality fusion. The few of you act according to the situation. If there's still a lot of mentality-vitality fusion left, then continue to hide. Oh, right. Old Yao is following you guys. He'll be able to discover the situation. Be careful." Fong Ping also thought that it was better for him to ambush them. The few of them would be more effective in ambushing those upper stage and peak rank 6 martial artists. Having said that, Fong Ping smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's go." Seeing that he was walking forward. Behind him, Wang Jinyang could not help but say, "They should be behind us." Fong Ping was stunned for a moment. He looked around and said gloomily, "The terrain has changed. I can't tell the direction at all. Luckily, Jiang Chao gave me a sensor. Otherwise, if we were to split up later, I might not be able to find you guys." Old Wang's sense of direction was not bad. As he led the way, he said, You don't have to pay special attention to the terrain. Look at the sky. The more chaotic the energy flow, the further it is from the entrance. We escaped all the way here from the entrance. They're behind us, so they should be in the direction where the chaotic energy flow is weaker. Fong Ping looked at the dusky sky and nodded. Now he finally had a direction to guide them. More than half an hour later, beside a river, Feng Nieshing's expression was livid. He let out a cold humph. The terrain has changed. Some of the remaining traces have disappeared. D***MN. I actually let them escape. The sudden change in the terrain had also caused some of the traces Fong Ping and the rest left behind to disappear. At this moment, it was too difficult to find them. Beside him, Huai Muqing frowned. He looked around for a moment and said, "Now that the people from the other royal courts have also entered, Nieshing, since they have escaped, then we must kill them." Feng Nieshing's expression was ugly. Those fellows had killed so many of their people. He had never suffered such a huge loss in his life. Even when he was facing the prodigies of the other royal courts, he had never been in such a dire situation. Seeing that he was insistent, Huai Muqing did not say anything else. He felt a little helpless. In such a huge place, if the few of them really wanted to hide, unless they were extremely unlucky and ran into them, where else could they find them? At this moment, some of the people who were searching in the periphery returned one after another. Not far away, a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion also rushed over using flight step. Initially, Feng Nieshing did not pay much attention to it. However, he seemed to feel that something was amiss. He turned around and took a look. With one look, Feng Nieshing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That B***starred was behind that person. He had actually landed behind a quasi-commander-in-chief in front of everyone. "Lu!" As soon as Feng Nieshing let out a shrill roar, he saw that annoying, smiling face facing him. It was baring its teeth at him, mocking him wantonly. B***starred. Feng Nieshing was furious. The long halberd in his hand shot out violently, and he broke through the air in an instant. At the same time, Huai Muqing's figure also moved, flying in that direction. The martial artist who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion was actually still a little confused. However, he did not remain confused for long. The moment Feng Nieshing let out a roar, Fong Ping's mentality exploded instantly, causing the other party to feel dizzy. At this moment, Fong Ping's saber swept across. Uft! His head fell. With a wave of his hand, a long sword appeared in Fong Ping's hand. Just as Feng Nieshing and the others broke through the air and arrived, Fong Ping had already completed the assassination in front of everyone's eyes. "Greetings to His Royal Highness, ha ha ha." Fong Ping was extremely arrogant. After killing a fusion of mentality-vitality in an instant and provoking him, he broke through the air and fled. B***starred, don't even think of escaping. At this moment, Feng Nieshing's rage had reached its peak. His speed was also extremely fast. In an instant, he leaped over the corpse of the fusion of mentality-vitality and chased after Fong Ping. Behind him, 7 or 8 fusion of mentality-vitality powerhouses chased after him one after another. These people soon disappeared before everyone's eyes. In their original spots, a few fusion of mentality-vitality martial artists and a large number of upper stage and peak rank 6 martial artists were left behind. Just as these people were feeling slightly frightened, a ruin fell from the sky. In the next second, a few screams were heard. In the crowd, a few fusion of mentality-vitality powerhouses were furious. Without thinking, they gathered celestiality and blasted the ruins instantly. Rumble. After a series of explosions, 3 figures fled at high speed. Seeing the 3 of them escaping, some people wanted to chase after them, but someone shouted, "Don't split up!" Previously, Fong Ping had lured Feng Nieshing and the others away, causing them to be attacked immediately. If these fusion of mentality-vitality martial artists left now, the others would be in danger. D***MN. Someone cursed, but he stopped in his tracks, looking around vigilantly. This trip to the king's battleground this time had made them suffer a lot. In this short period of time, Fang Ping had ambushed and killed one person, while Wang Jinyang and the rest had killed 3 people. Although they were not fusion of mentality vitality, everyone here was a genius. There were no weaklings. In Monster Plant's royal court, another 4 people died. At the same time, dozens of li away from the Monster Plant's royal court, a large group of people had gathered. A few powerhouses stood in the air, looking into the distance. After a while, someone said, "Feng Yexing and the rest have split up." At this moment, in the distance, everyone in Monster Plant's royal court was bursting with energy. With so many people, the energy fluctuations were stirred up constantly. Although these rank 6 martial artists could not sense it too clearly, they could still sense that the energy fluctuations were not as strong as expected. This meant that some people did not erupt or were not there. After this person finished speaking, a cold-looking woman next to him, riding a striped tiger, stood in the air and said lightly, "I'm more curious. What kind of enemy did they encounter?" If they did not encounter an opponent, they would not all erupt. The person who spoke earlier stood with his hands behind his back, smiling. Maybe they encountered a commander-level powerhouse. They don't seem to be very lucky. Although the entrance has been taken care of, traces of battle can still be found. They've been in trouble since the beginning. As soon as this was said, the woman riding the tiger suddenly said, "Find a chance to kill Feng Yexing and Huai Muqing." "Your Highness, kill them. About King Feng and King Huai," the woman sneered. "So what? Would the 2 true monarchs start a true monarch battle over a dead person?" Right now, Monster Plant Clan is negotiating peace with the royal court, hoping that the royal court can send troops to besiege the land of rebirth. At this time, they won't dare to start a war. Will that affect the cooperation between the royal court and Monster Plant Clan? That has nothing to do with us. The woman looked disapproving. Then she said lightly, "Besides, they're the ones begging us, not the other way around. Before King Feng became a king, he killed my granduncle. Then I'll use Feng Yexing's life to pay for it." As they were talking, the woman suddenly looked straight ahead. In the distance, several celestiality erupted, the light pillars spreading far and wide. Seeing this, the woman frowned slightly. Did they really encounter a monster commander? Feng Yexing and the others did not care about the damage to their undying god, all of them unleashing their divine powers. They would only do this if they encountered an extremely powerful enemy. However, she did not seem to sense any other auras. If a rank 7 powerhouse really attacked, there would more or less be some traces. At this moment, the feeling that Feng Yexing and the others gave her was more like internal strife. Yes, they were fighting among themselves. How was that possible? For a moment, the woman was puzzled and wary. Could those fellows have deliberately set up a trap to lure them in? Naturally, Feng Yexing did not know what the monster-life royal court people were thinking. If he knew, he would probably vomit blood in anger. Lure your grandpa. Who was luring you? Setting up a trap? Right now, he was so angry that he was about to lose his mind. How would he have the time to plot against others? Just as they lost track of Fang Ping and returned to their original spot, they also saw the few dead people in the end before they could even get angry. Fang Ping, who had just run away, came back again. This time, he did not do anything at all. After abandoning a small city, that fellow broke through the air and fled. In the end, the small city exploded, killing a few people in an instant. Feng Yexing and the others unleashed their celestiality to defend against the self-detonation of mentality. They had no time to care about outsiders. At this moment, it was not them who did not want to let Fang Ping go. Instead, it was Fang Ping who was entangled with them. Chasing after that fellow, they were not as fast as him and could not run as fast as him. Not only could they not catch up to him, but among them, Only he and Huai Muqing could entangle the opponent. If the others chased after him alone, they would die. It was not that none of these people were martial artists who were fast. However, the fast ones might not necessarily have strong combat strength. As long as they left the main force, that fellow would immediately counterattack. At this moment, Feng Yexing and the others did not dare to split up anymore. They also did not dare to go after him alone, or else someone would die. Wait. In the end, after calculating their losses, Feng Yexing said these words. Wait. Wait for those few quasi-commanders to break through. Feng Yexing calmed down. If this went on, they might be dragged down by one person. However, as long as those few broke through, the other party's speed and self-detonation of the undying god would no longer be a fatal threat.